screen. Okay, thank you. Very good. So we'll quickly give you that agenda overview as we admit a few more folks here to the meeting. Um, but welcome. If you don't know now, Sam Uri is the school finance director here at USBE, and pretty soon we'll have been here almost 4 years. So um, apologies in advance for having to put up with me, but um, we sure appreciate all of you being here from both the district side, and the charter side, and we appreciate all the teamwork educating all of our kids. So I've got this year a fifth grader and a third grader. They're in Ogden School District, and next year will be the only year that I have all three of my kids in the same school. So I'll have a kindergarten, a fourth grader, and a sixth grader at East Ridge Elementary. Um, but do appreciate everything that all of you. Um, so after I give some introductions, a little bit of a review of our school finance team, and a review of our legislative session and funding updates. We'll hear from John Palmer and his team on chart of accounts updates, different things with financial reporting in the system. Afterwards, we'll hear from Kira Bennett from our school land trust team on some updates that she'll have for all of you. Then our awesome Utah grants team, Rebecca Nielsen, who's our director of grant systems, and Sarah Harward, our grants compliance manager, will give you some updates on Utah grants and some of our grant there as well. Cole Shakespeare, monitoring manager, will give you some fiscal monitoring updates, and we'll hear from the school fees team, Scott Crapo and Gina Smith as well. And at 11:30 thereabouts, we'll hear from our child nutrition team. Kimberly Loveland is the director, and other members of her team as well. Then we'll hear from Nestor Rodriguez, our economist, on an economic update. We'll break for lunch, and then it's the Dell Frost show after that. He'll cover your MSP changes and updates, your legislative estimates. At that point, most of you folks in the charter side, you're welcome to stay, but what Dell will cover for the second this presentation will mostly pertain to districts, as it's most of your board updates with the final property tax collections data and those sorts of things. So um, we are planning at 3:30. We may end a little bit earlier than that. Just some norms and things as we go through. Feel free to leave questions in the chat. Feel free to use the raise hand virtually function on Zoom. Can't find that, turn your camera on and raise your hand. And if you can't find that, just mute yourself and ask a question. So we want this to be useful to all of you. Please let us know if you're struggling to see a presentation or hear the speaker or anything like that. I want to make sure everybody can see what they need to, hear what they need to. This is being recorded, so we'll get that recorded and send the recording out to you, as well as share all the presentations today with you. So with that, we will go ahead and get started. Stop sharing the agenda here. And here, my presentation. Okay. Okay, just to confirm you can all see that. Okay, very good. Are you seeing it full screen, John, or do I need to make it full screen again?
Can see like the slides on the left, but and then like the big one on the right.
All right, I may hop back a bit, but I did want to start by sharing our bill book. We also call it the legislative summary. So our amazing policy team here at USBE puts this together. I'll go through every education bill that passed through the legislative session. So I'm going to head and click that, and I don't know that it's actually that. So I'll just share my screen. Is that okay? Oops. There we go. So if you click that link, you'll go here to the USBE Bill Book. I just want to encourage everyone to have this at the ready. Make sure you review this with your leadership teams. Make sure you're kind of aware of everything that happened. Um, it may not be to you, but just wanted to make sure that you knew this resource was available. We do this every year, and you can back through the different sessions to see when certain things happened. But we do have kind of a quick guide here to give you just a big overview of the legislative actions. As you know, the WPU value, the weighted pupil unit, was increased by 4%. Our overall MSP funding went up by 6%, and the total public ed budget this year is $8.6 billion. There were reallocations of funding this year, and we'll go through those in detail. But some of these bigger items, some of these from the Public Education Equalization Fund was 65 million Catalyst Center program, 25 million one time to the School Safety and Support Grant, 29 million to the First Credential Program, and education hours. Those 32 hours usually were is $77 million one time. Going through some other programs here, we do have a list of all the programs that were funded or if they were reallocated here, like some CTE categoricals, college and career awareness, student organizations, the capital outlay enrollment growth program was eliminated. So kind of going through some of those. And the big one that Dale will cover is professional staff was eliminated, and most of the money thrown into the flexible allocation. So go ahead and review that with your team. And then we have some highlighted bills here, the flag display amendments bill, the school safety bill, and sorry, make you all do here, but it does go after these highlighted bills into just a list of all the bills that we had. Additionally, there's an MSP comparison table, but just want to make sure that you're all aware of that and know how to find things there in the bill book. And I can put the link to the bill book in the chat. Again, all this is being recorded, and we'll share all the PowerPoints with you as well, but just want to make sure that you have all of this. So put it in the chat. Okay, very good. Let me share my screen quickly. Okay. Just wanted to give you a quick, sorry, a quick overview of the last 5 years. We actually reviewed this in our board meetings this last week, but just a quick reminder of kind of where we've been in the while. The inflationary increase has been going up with that rolling 5-year average. So fiscal 26, we did receive that 4% inflationary increase with no discretionary increase on top of the inflationary increase. We had been receiving, almost 4% in 20 down to 1.2% in fiscal year 25. you can see kind of a trend lately to use the public ed stabilization account. Here, that right column that says PSRA, that's the acronym for the public ed economic stabilization account. So you kind of see a trend to use some of those one-time monies for different purposes in public education. Um, but just kind of some of those trends there where our ongoing funding with available revenues has been down the last couple of years with quite a bit of one-time funding given to the system. Here at the bottom, you can see these were the amended USBE funding requests. We had requested more things prior, but with available revenue kind of narrowed the asks down a little bit. So 45 million was for an increase on the WPU. Obviously, that was not funded. We asked for a few FTEs to cover some critical needs. Those were not funded either. We did get $10 million one-time student information system funding, $25 million school safety needs funding. Those small things were funded, but just wanted to pass on some of those trends. And um, our economist Nestor Rodriguez will talk a little more about our economic climate, but we don't anticipate a whole bunch of new ongoing revenue going into fiscal year 27. So, okay, a couple of reminders for you. Budgetary compliance, the statute is 53G 7307. The budget officer, which is most of you, or the budget officer, or you work with the budget officer, may not draw warrants except in accordance with and within the limits of the budget passed by the LEA governing board. So what that means is you need to make sure that the budget that you pass, that your board passes, covers those expenditures that you make. You can amend your budget as you go throughout the fiscal year, and a reminder to do that, and at least where you're at, we do see this as a common audit finding on the state compliance audit guide. So just wanted to remind you to take a look at that as you go throughout and amend budgets as needed. Speaking of the state compliance audit guide, down here we have a link, and I'm going to again make you a little bit dizzy and go out and show you this link. It's on the state auditor website. So just one second and we'll go there. John, while I'm out of here, any questions in the chat or any?
Nope, no questions yet.
Okay. Okay, I think you're all seeing this now, and I'll make it a little bit bigger. So again, this is on the state auditor's website, the forms, manuals, and guides section. Right here, if you go to the reporting requirements section, I encourage you to bookmark this or download the PDF. This has your fraud risk assessment deadlines, budget adoption and posting deadlines, financial statement reports, deadlines, all those sorts of things, transparency deadlines, and all those sorts of things. So just make sure that you're aware of these. We don't want to withhold any funds, but we are required to withhold funds if you don't meet your transparency reporting deadlines and things like that. So just be aware of these, make sure that you are on top of those things. And thank you for all you do to be on top of those things and make sure that they're done. So we'll go back here. Again, that's the reporting requirements for school districts and charter schools. We have the fraud risk assessment right here, your questionnaire preparation checklist. Use that as a tool in your LEA alongside your board and your audit committee to really make improvements in your LEA and try to make sure that you are mitigating fraud to the extent possible uh, each year. So fraud risk assessment there. Again, transparent report, those sorts of things. All those links are here. But for you, the state compliance audit guide is an important piece, and we are chapter 3. So that is right here. You can pull that up and it will, it's going to download here, but just make sure you are reviewing this and on top of all these things that your external auditors will be looking for as part of the state compliance audit guide. We're still looking at overall internal control system, um, looking at making sure that you're tracing the flow of funds from each MSP program and coding some of these object codes correctly. And again, looking at school fees. So just want to make sure that you're all aware of where to find all this stuff here on the state auditor's website. And they do have a good section here for audit alerts and different notices that they'll make. So questions there. Oh, thank you, John. John put the link there to the state auditor's website. Okay. And go back and share the PowerPoint. I think that's the last time I will hop out of there, so grab it. Okay. Okay. Okay, wanted to review some of these program changes or new programs. So the salary supplement for highly needed educators, or SHINE, was actually passed in the 2024 legislative session, but it does take effect in 26. So it replaces the teacher salary supplement program, or TSSP. Um, we determined that it does not need a board rule. It's pretty specific in the statute. And we did send out a guidance document and a spreadsheet with applicable assignments there. Just wanted to clarify that as you determine high needs areas in your LEA, you can be somewhat generic. So you can say special education, and then all of the applicable special education assignments would qualify. So we want to make sure that you have that clarification as your LEA sets policy. But the intent of this is to make it a little bit more flexible for your LEA, so that if you have a high needs area that may be different than a lot of the rest of the LEAs in the state, you can go ahead and do that, whether that be an agriculture teacher, for example, whatever assignment that your district or charter feels like is difficult to fill. Some of you have noticed that the amounts may not quite match, or you're getting a lot more or a lot less than you did with the TSSP. That is due to this now being, rather than being based on your actual educators that have those areas of licensure, it's now based just on your enrollment. And so if you had quite a few teachers, you may be getting a little bit less. If you didn't have a lot of those teachers, you may be getting a little bit more. And that's just the way that this the SHINE program has been set up. So as an LEA, you'll need to determine those areas that you're paying the educators in, and you'll also need to determine an amount. You can be somewhat flexible there as well, and maybe set a base amount that you may not know the exact number of educators you'll have that qualify right away. So you could set a base amount and then say it will be prorated as you go along, those sorts of things. But your district or charter does need to have a policy for how this works, and make sure that that's in place so that your educators can receive this salary supplement. This will be recorded in Cactus. My understanding is that there will be a simple checkbox that you'll record in Cactus, and then a list of eligible teachers you'll need to send to USBE by September 15th. The licensing department here at USBE has been training kind of your HR folks on these sorts of things, and we did send out that spreadsheet with the guidance document. If you haven't gotten that, let me know, and we'll get that uploaded and sent to you. But any questions to this point on Shine? Okay. John, if there are any questions, just hop off mute and tell me. I can't see the chat right now, so.
Yeah, I will. There's nothing for Shine. There was one question, but I think Dale got to it, so I think we're good there.
Great, thank you. Okay, this might not apply to a whole bunch of you, but House Bill 42 from the 2025 session made available some funding for those LEAs that are having a lot of English language learners come into their district or charter, some emergency funding. We are making a rule for that. It's ongoing. There's 5 million that was appropriated one time for that purpose. So there will be an application process coming out very soon. So if your district or charter is in that situation, hold tight. We're getting that going as quickly as we can here. So
Hey, Sam, sorry to stop you here. A question for Shine came in. Do the stipends need to be paid by a certain date?
there's not a certain date on the actual payment of the stipend. We again, the reporting of it is September 15th to USBE, and a recording of it in Cactus by October 13th. But there's not a specific date for the actual payment in the statute. So recommend doing that as soon as it's feasible, or as soon as you know, what that educator is doing, or you could set that up on a, every month, a monthly basis, but there's no requirement for the final date of payment on. Okay. As you know, the educator's salary adjustment was increased, and Dale will get into that and some of the nuances of that later. But additionally, we had the $1,000 education support professional supplemental stipend. I know that's kind of a mouthful, but for those school-based employees who are not licensed, there's $1,000 per FTE plus benefits. That also does include bus drivers, school nutrition employees who work at a school site. So basically anyone that's works in schools that doesn't have a license will qualify here. The important date to note here is that those employees must be employed in your district or charter as of September 1. So make sure that your employees are aware of that. They do have to be employed as of September 1. And due to that fact, we don't have a reporting mechanism to know which ones of your classified employees are employed on that date. So we will be sending out either a survey, a Qualtrics survey, or a Utah Grants application to collect that information, and then get that out to you as soon as we possibly can, October, November type of time frame, to get your allotment out, so that you can get that out to your employees. We'll likely be collecting benefits information as well, so that we don't need to invoice you. We'll just send you exactly what you need to pay those employees, their stipend and associated benefits, and take care of it that way. So more to follow as we determine the easiest way for everyone to transmit that information to us. But that's what's happening with the $1,000 classified stipends. Any questions on that one?
One question, Sam, are the requirements they need to meet to get this? Oh, are there requirements they need to meet to get this $1,000 stipend?
Just an employee of your district or charter. That's really that works in a school-based setting or drives the bus, that sort of thing. If you have specific questions, I know we had someone asked about what if it's a bus mechanic who drives the bus once in a while. We felt like that would qualify. If it's just someone that's at the transportation shop solely and they don't ever interface with students, those sorts of employees would not qualify. So um, reach out if you have questions on that, but there's no requirements for any sort of licensure. If you'll prorate it, obviously, if they're part-time. So if it's a half-time paraeducator, they'll get a $500 stipend and those sorts of things. But there's no licensure or any sort of requirements other than being school-based.
Okay.
Okay.
There's three more. I think you just answered one of them about being prorated.
Right.
Um,
Yeah. Yep.
there's a quote, let's see. Does this include business managers, IT managers, HR, and finance personnel who are not in Cactus?
It would not include most business administrators. It wouldn't include most HR folks, uh, as they're generally going to be for your district or charter, kind of in that centralized business office, unless they're, at the school doing, um, you know, I would say if they have some duties to work at uh, bus pickup or they're actually based at the school and they're helping with the actual school site, you could have them qualify. But if they're just in the district office or the charter office and not really dealing with students, they wouldn't qualify.
Okay, and then what about school administrators? And then I think this question came up is how will it be paid out? I don't know if we know that yet, whether it's monthly or all at once. Or
So school administrators are in Cactus and receive the $2,500 educator salary adjustment, so they wouldn't be included. Um, how it be paid out, it will be a lump sum. Again, after we collect your information as those employees as of September 1 and their benefits information, there's a chance that we send out two payments, but it'll be a lump sum. It won't be a monthly. So as soon as you know your counts, you'll be able to know what your employees can plan on. So again, November at the latest is when you'd have the full amount. So
I think I just heard you answer this, but when will USBE collect the FTE data?
yes, again, as since it's you have to know that the employee is employed as of September 1, so it'll be that. We'll communicate how that's going to happen, but it would probably be due something like September 15th that you would report to us your counts as of.
And then does it need to be paid by December 31st? And
Yes,
then,
yes.
okay, that's a yes. Is the amount to be paid as net or gross?
So it would be gross. Yes. But again, you will have benefits if it's a part-time non-benefited employee. You can request their payroll taxes. If it's a full-time employee, you can request that full amount of their loaded benefit amount. So we know that varies by district and charter. So again, you'll give us if it's a full-time person, you'll give us $1,000 for this person, and if it's 28%, that amount as well. So hopefully that helps. Any other questions there?
That's it for now.
Okay. All right. So on school fees, on your legislative estimates, right at the bottom, you'll see if your charter or district was operating as of the 2020 session, um, there was 35.5 million appropriated to replace lost school fees revenue from HB 415. And that's just based on your grades 7 through 12 enrollments. So if you're a K through 6 charter school, you're not receiving anything here. But your portion of that 35.5 million, you're receiving 50% in fiscal 26, 30% in 27, and 20% in 28. That is unrestricted revenue. So there's no program code associated with it. But again, just to replace those revenues that you may have been able to collect in the past for things like general student fees that have gone away with new fee regulations. So, and then just a couple of the newer programs, First Credential and Catalyst Center programs. The rulemaking is in progress for those. USBE has posted the job for the Catalyst Center director. That person cannot start until July 1 when that program takes effect. But just know those programs are being established and rulemaking established as we speak. Another new program, the Rural School Athletics Facilities Grant, had about 4.4 million one time appropriated for it. The rulemaking will begin next month in June, and schools are eligible for up to $500,000 per school for those sorts of grants. Yeah.
Sam,
Yes.
sorry, I think so we just got a question. I'm guessing it's for the rural school athletics facilities grants and who is eligible for this? Um,
My understanding is it's only district schools and they've got to be county classes 4 through 6. Does that help clarify enough? Okay. Yeah, I can double check on if somebody's got a question on that one. Just quickly, the contacts here, we do have a contact us page on the financial operations section of the schools.utah.gov website. But my contact info is there. I'll give you my cell on the next slide here. Just this is kind of a who to go to with certain questions. You can always go to me if you don't know who to go to or where to start. But Del Frost with the minimum school program questions, allotments, legislative estimates, mid-year updates, all those sorts of things. Cole Shakespeare is our fiscal monitoring manager and you'll hear from most of these folks today. But just want to kind of give you that overview. John Palmer, financial reporting, chart of accounts, UPEFs, those sorts of things, finance. Ron Litchfield is actually at the National Congress for School Transportation today. So he won't be presenting, but he's our transportation guru. And Nestor Rodriguez is our economist. Dean Dykstra is our construction and facilities specialist. Rebecca Nielsen, our director of grants administration. We have amazing folks in our internal accounting side, Brian Ross, Sue Mack, and their teams do a great job. So let us know if there's anything we can do. And I as always, want to offer any sort of technical assistance that we can provide. Please reach out. We can go ahead and tailor some of that training for your specific district or charter. So reach out with any of those needs, and we'll do whatever we can to help out. So that is my cell right there. and my email. Please reach out as we go along. And that's it for now for me, and let John get queued up.
Right, thanks, Sam. And just one more question came in about the rural school sports facilities. Do they have to be less than 3,000 students in addition to the county fourth, fifth, and sixth class?
I
Do you
will,
remember seeing
I'll,
anything?
I'll look that up. I believe that's correct, but I'll look that up as we go along here.
Okay. Okay. All right. Can you see my screen there, Sam?
Yep.
Should be sharing. Okay. Yeah. Um, so hello everyone. My name's John Palmer. I work here in financial operations, kind of in the financial reporting and compliance area. So cover kind of many different areas, but this is kind of the outline of what we'll go over today. So I don't have any major changes or updates. So we'll just kind of briefly go through these and kind of go over some due dates and the big one at this time of the year. I know everyone's working on their budgets, so we want to get the new program code set up, and we'll give you the coding for that. I will send this training out to everyone in this meeting, so you can get these numbers. So um, you can write these down if you want, or we'll just send it out after. But yeah, FY26 chart of accounts, so we should be releasing those soon. We've got a little work group going right now and just kind of wrapping that up. So, but be on the lookout for that. And then some UPEFs and USIMS updates. So we're working on both of those systems. Indirect cost trainings that we're going to offer this year, which is kind of a new thing from last year. And then just some final reminders and due dates. So for the chart of accounts, so yeah, again, we will post these soon, hopefully maybe this week even. So we should be able to get those out soon. NCES is amending their charter account. So we haven't seen a change to those since 2014. They are working on changes now, and they did clarify with me that they expect these changes to be incorporated into FY26. I'm in a work group with them as well, and they don't seem to be anything major, just kind of some new accounts, some new account definitions, some things like that. So some changes may result from this, but they're not going to be anything significant at this time. So FY26 changes should be minimal, just kind of new accounts, kind of getting rid of the old ones that dropped off, things of that nature. So the first one, emergency funding for English learners. So this is $5 million. So an LEA may receive funding from USBE if enrollment at a school within the LEA of students learning English increases by, and then there's some thresholds that'll be in the statute there. So we'll set this up with program 5202, and then the main revenue source 3300, which is the state revenue focused populations. Um, Sam mentioned this one. This is a big one. So school-based education support professional bonus. So we'll set this up with program 5659. And then this will be the state revenue source 3400, which is the state educator supports code. So $45 million there. These statute references, I don't know if are completely posted yet online, but they should be once once the legislature gets those posted. First credential program. So these are awards. Well, they're grants to LEAs for first credential plans and pathways. So this will be program 5430, and then the state revenue code 3800, which is the non-MSP. state revenue. Um, Catalyst Center Grant Program. So grant program to support LEAs in creating or expanding Catalyst Centers, which are this is kind of a there's more of a definition. So replicated professional environments and workplace practices, profession-based learning experiences. So we'll set this up with program 5431, and then again in state non-MSP revenue 3,800. I think this Catalyst Center and this First Credential program are related. And then Rural School Sports Facilities Program. So that'll be program code 5553. And then the state capital outlay revenue source of 3,700.
So, John, on this program, it does say that the school district must have fewer than 3,000 students in the entire district.
Yeah, thanks for that. So yeah, fewer than 3,000, and counties are the fourth, fifth, and sixth class, I think. And again, here's so once it's posted, I think the full requirements will be here. So 53F 10 section 303. And then here's the bill. So these are the just kind of the bill numbers if you want to read up on these. So it's House Bill 462 from the 2025 general session. Okay, registered apprenticeship program for teachers. So this is alternative competency-based pathway to the teaching profession. So this will be program 5663, and then another state non-MSP revenue source. And then CTE. So we'll have two new codes in this area in the 6,000s. So the two new ones are here in bold with the new. So 6020 for the CTSOs, Career and Technical Student Organizations, and then the 6150 for Summer Agriculture CTE. So these were two areas that got a lot of attention in the session this year, and we didn't have good ways to report this information. So for now, just two new codes for CTE. CNP Summer Electronic Benefit Transfer. So this was formerly COVID pandemic EBT, and which just kind of stayed, kind of dropped the COVID thing. I've heard it called Sunbucks, which I just learned. So we'll set this up with program 8084, and then again the state non-MSP revenue of 3,800. School meal program reimbursement. So these will actually just be revenue sources, so no program. And there's that school fees distribution. Actually, it looks like we need to assign codes to this, so there's still X's, but it'll be these three codes will be somewhere in the 3,800 range. So again, that's a state non-MSP revenue. So no program codes. These will be revenue sources. So these will be, in essence, unrestricted funds. So they won't have expenditures tied to these things necessarily. Salary supplement for highly needed education
John,
program.
can you go back to the CTE codes?
Sure.
At the time. I didn't realize that was going on, but yes, no, it was open to the public. It was a
Okay, so here we just have so the CTSOs were the funding was discontinued. Do we still code the expenditures to that code though?
Yeah, so if so expenditures would go here. So I think the 6,000, if you look at the allotment memo, it'll say so the program code, I think it says 6 star star star. So you can if you spend money in any of these areas, so you would code the expenses here. But they won't all have a dedicated revenue source.
We actually have a related question on the changes to NES, so not to CTE, but sort of the same idea. With the changes in NES, will we be able to code NES revenues to other program columns in the APR to match up with expenditures in other columns, or do we need to code all expenditures directly to NES?
That's a good question. I actually may take that one to the work group. I don't know if there's anyone from with nest funds in there. I'll have to think about that. But yeah, for the most part, nest funds are unrestricted. Um, the only the only restriction I'm aware of, it says you must spend the nest funds at the nest schools. So
Change.
yeah, we could look into that for sure.
That was
John,
actually
this is Dale with the changes to the NEST formula for fiscal 26, that requirement is expressly taken away. So they now can spend even their school-based allocations anywhere they want. And so it should, especially starting in 26, should be fully unrestricted, if that's helpful.
Yeah, if that's the case, I would advocate for it, but we'll take that to the work group and potentially address that. You know, because if they are unrestricted funds and you wanted to use those funds in a restricted program, there may be a conflict for reporting purposes. So it may be necessary to eliminate that program code, so to speak.
Yeah, let me find the part of House Bill 396 that did that.
Thanks, Dale.
Yeah, so we'll get that updated in the chart of accounts guidance. But yeah, it is fully unrestricted now.
Okay. Yeah, I think it would make sort sense more of a source than a revenue.
John,
Hmm.
NES is it its own line in the APR off the top of your head?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's on Schedule A. Yeah, I'd have to check. Sorry, I don't have that pulled up.
I can check as you go through. Anyway, sorry for the sidetrack.
No, yeah, these are good questions. So, and if you ever have questions, let me know. They always help kind of, see the big picture, what's going on. We do try and make things easier for you. So that's what I try and do anyway. Um, okay, so back to Shine here. Um, so this program is formerly the TSSP Teacher Salary Supplement Program. So last year we set this up with a specific code 5811. So after some discussion and we thought about this more, it was requested that we just keep it the same program number, so 5807. So in essence, we're just going to change the name from TSSP to Shine, this or S Shine. I've kind of seen both, so I think we need to pick an acronym here. But so in essence, the code will remain the same. So any carry forward will just stay in the program. We're basically going to change the name from TSSP to Shine. And I know that goes against some guidance that we've issued just through email. So I'm going to try and identify those and reach out to those. So, but yeah, so Shine will be program code 5807, which is the former TSSP program code. Hopefully that makes it easier. Okay, so those are kind of the big charter accounts and the new programs. Again, be on the lookout for those charter accounts. We should be getting those posted soon. We've got about 10 more minutes, so I'm going to just cruise through the rest here. The UPEF system, where our current reporting is, so we're kind of in a maintenance phase of UPEF, so not a whole lot of new features to present. The only thing I wanted to highlight is, I don't know if you've kind of witnessed this, but we have a dark mode and a light mode in UPEF. So up in the top right corner, there's a little, if you're in light mode, you click that and it'll kind of go dark and you kind of toggle between those. So, and that's about all for UPEFs. As far as USIMs, this is where a lot of our work is going on right now for development reasons. So about USIMs, Um, for those that don't know, or if you're new, so we are transitioning from UPEFs to USIMS in the finance area, in the financial reporting domain. So the end goal is to get our system, USIMS, connected to your finance systems. And then we will transfer data via API instead of upload. There's a lot of benefits that will come with that, but it does require some upfront work. So we'll have to get that set up. The vendors that we have been working on to get these things connected. So there's about seven here, seven big ones. So we've got Link, Polaris, PowerSchool, Tyler Technologies, Skyward, Sage, and Harris. So those are the seven we've kind of been working with to this point. So if you're in a finance system that is not one of these, um, maybe let me know and we can start talking about what may be required for USIM. So we will be moving to this in the future, and we want to make sure that we're prepared for that transition. So I'll put actually, I think I have a slide. So yeah, just let me know if you need some help with this transition. I think there is some funding available still, I believe, or maybe not. I don't know if that grant went away, but yeah, give us a shout or send us an email and we'll help you with this transition. So right now for FY26, we have I think one test LEA that we're going to run in parallel to UPEFs to make sure things are coming through correctly. So we'll do a lot of testing and kind of improvements. At this time, the goal is to be fully transitioned to USIMS in FY27. So actually do reporting of actuals in USIMS and not UPEFs. So that's kind of the goal at this point. Um, Here's kind of a look at USIMS. These are just screenshots. This is the chart of accounts. So we've got some cool features. So we'll have some, there's kind of hover options, and we made sure to put kind of export features into all these. So if you don't like using the interface, you can always just export to Excel. So, yeah, here's another look at the account search, and then any USIMS related questions. So we've got Don Moody, who's our USIMS finance product owner. So I would say maybe reach out to Don with any technical questions, and then reach out to me if you have any kind of finance related questions for that bridge between USIMS and your systems. But either way, just let us know if you have any questions. All right, so sorry, bouncing all over the place. So we're now in indirect costs. So typically I do indirect cost trainings in these fall and spring sessions. But we've gotten some feedback that we want more in-depth trainings. So we're actually going to offer two this year. So first one tentatively for August 21st, and then the second one November 20th. So for the first training, this would be before you submit your actuals. So we want to go over kind of what goes into the pools. So the indirect and the direct cost pools. So what goes in that numerator, what goes in that denominator of that equation. So if you're ever wondering, why is my rate 18%? The next year it's 10. What is it about my upload that's making these things happen? So things like that. So that's kind of the focus of that first training. And then the second one, we kind of time to be post actuals. So we'll go into detail on what you should be submitting into those adjustment tabs of your indirect cost rate proposals. So what types of contracts should I be entering? Unallowable costs, things like that. So these are kind of the tentative dates for that. If you're interested in attending this, just let us know and we'll send you an invite basically. So we somewhat informal but very dedicated on indirect costs. So we're actually excited about this. So here we put encourage for submitters of the indirect cost rate proposal and those that certify it as well. So yeah, so excited about that. Let us know if that interests you and we'll get you enrolled. So, sorry, Sam, I feel like I'm going fast. Just let me know if there are any questions.
Good
Um,
point, John. So,
okay. Just some final reminders and due dates. And Sam, you kind of briefly went over this. So for FY26, the budget is coming due. Here's some statutes and some key dates for this. So basically, before June 1st, the budget officer shall prepare a tentative budget and then submit that tentative budget to the governing board. Before June 30th of each year, a local school board shall adopt a budget and make appropriations for the next fiscal year. Same date for charter schools. And then within 30 days of your budget adoption, we ask that you file a copy with us and the state auditor. So that's in Utah Code 53G 7303. Filing with us, we ask that you do that through UPEFs. So just kind of in the same format as your actuals. And then kind of the big one here, this is where we see the audit findings. So the budget officer may not draw warrants on school district or charter school funds except in accordance with and within the limits of the budget passed by the LEA governing board. So kind of the key point on that. So we're approaching the end of the fiscal year here. So if you see or think you may be going over your budget at a fund level, it may be a good time to amend that budget to avoid those audit findings. So this code here, this is probably the biggest audit finding we get. It's just going over the budget. So yeah, take a look at that. There's still a couple months left, so we can get those amended still. Another big area we get audit findings. So in Utah open and public meetings, these provisions are found in Title 52, Chapter 4, Open and Public Meetings Act. But yeah, basically, so the board needs to be annually trained. There's requirements for your meeting minutes and agendas and things like that. The areas that get tested by the auditors are available in that document that we put a link in the chat. So the state compliance audit guide. So I recommend going through that here. So we still have a couple months left in the year. Go through those test areas and make sure you're in compliance with these. So we see a lot of audit findings here in this area. And then fraud risk assessment, and then the deposit and investment report. So these are other areas that we see audit findings, and it's just, oh man, I forgot to do that. So here are the links for that. These both go, well, the fraud risk assessment goes to the state auditor, and then the deposit investment reports goes to the state treasurer. Be sure to get those in.
John, we had a question. Is there a variance factor for budget versus actuals?
Sorry, I didn't hear the what factor. Sorry.
Variance factor?
There's actually no variance. The test is, did you exceed the legally adopted budget at the fund level? Yeah. Although I will say, I think there is materiality threshold still available. Well, I would assume if it's just a couple dollars or something, they wouldn't give you a finding, but I think that would be left to the external auditors and their but yeah, there's as of right now, there's no 10%, 5% variance or anything like that. And then some final points here. Governing board members receive annual training. I think we actually went over that. The audit or the board and audit committee, the committee member names and contact information must be posted on your website. And then LEA audit committee, keep saying committee, LEA audit committee to resolve corrective actions, concerns, issues, exceptions reported by external auditors, monitors, internal auditors, or other regulatory bodies. So that sentence there is taken from the state compliance audit guide. So that's one of the things they look at. So yeah, just take a look at that. Um, if you have any questions or want to discuss any of these things, so that's any financial reporting, UPEFs, USIMs, indirect costs, budgets, anything like that, just let us know. This is our team and our contact info. We share this inbox, schoolfinance@schools.utah.gov, but feel free to email any of us and we'll get back to you with any questions. So, right, and it's 10 o'clock a.m.
Perfect
Any,
timing, John.
yep, any questions in the chat or anything?
I think we're good at this point. So thank you. All right. So next up, we have Kira Bennett from our school land trust team. They do a great job, and their director is Paula Plant. We'll let Kira get queued up here. You should be able to share screen. Kira, let me know if there it goes.
Okay, can you see it okay?
You can, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you guys for having me this morning to talk a little bit about the School Land Trust Program. I'm Kira. I see a lot of familiar faces on here. I think I've had the chance to meet a lot of you, but I am the compliance specialist for the School Children's Trust Team, which oversees the School Land Trust Program. I'll make sure to make these slides available to you following the presentation. And then on the last slide, I have a document that contains all this information in a little bit more reader-friendly format for you to access as well. So make sure that that is available to you. One of the most important things to really acknowledge, I think, for anything that we do, is the what and the why of something. Once we have those types of things in context, things like requirements for a program make more sense, rather than, whoops, seeming like, ooh, sorry, you guys, there we go. Seeming more like burdens. A School Land Trust is really one of those programs. It's pretty bulky, as you all know. There's a lot of people involved. And so I just wanted to really quickly give you a reminder of what School Land Trust funds even are. So they come from activities on Utah's trust lands, and they're invested and then annually distributed to beneficiaries, the largest of the beneficiary groups being public school children. For that group, funds are specifically for enhancing student academic achievement and involving parents in decision-making with school administrators and under LEA initiatives through elected school community or charter trust land councils. One of those initiatives being the TSSP, which we will now be looking at as SHINE.
Good morning. You can open the door.
Was there a question? Sorry. Okay. So these funds are held in trust, and all stakeholders operate as trustees for them, with really important fiduciary responsibilities, meaning all of us involved have both a legal and ethical responsibility for managing them carefully. And as you know, we have about 111.3 million being distributed to public schools next year. And this is pretty stark contrast to the first year of the program in 2001, in which the total amount being distributed was 5 million. And so as the permanent fund that facilitates these distributions has grown significantly, now at over 3.4 billion, accountability and transparency and just overall stewardship in fund usage is so important. We here at the USBE are here to help support you, but since the program is intended to operate locally, LEAs are required to establish clear internal controls for training, communication, and accounting when it comes to the School Land Trust program. And so as business administrators, of course, you're really crucial in partaking in and even developing some of these control processes and responsibilities. Oh, here is a brief overview of some of the key responsibilities that have to do with the finance side of the program, and just to ensure that you know and understand how to navigate the program effectively and support your schools who are participating. We know and respect that every LEA particularly districts for the program, have its own delegation of duties and processes. So if you aren't the one who covers some of these tasks because they've been delegated to others, I hope you'll bring this information back to the people at your LEA that do. But most of them are the financial focus. So the first key responsibility is under the topic of understanding and sharing funding projections. Funding projections for the program are released by the USBE in January. You'll usually receive an email from me. These are emailed out to every LEA reviewer in the School Land Trust reporting website. If you're at a charter, you will automatically hold this role as a business administrator. If you're at a district, you can request it with your LEA's approval. You don't need to perform reviews to hold this review in our website. It just gives you access and puts you on our mailing list. And if you don't have this role, it just use whatever your internal communication process is within your LEA to make sure that you're receiving this email and information having access to it. Charter schools, you'll see updates to projections from the time they are released in January through March 1st. And this is due to new charters, whether they be an LEA or satellite joining. They get to decide between a base or an enrollment selection for the first year. And so that will change the projections for everyone through March 1st. After March 1st, those are solidified. District schools, you'll see updates through October 1st, so from January to October. And this is due to reallocation requests coming from the LEA. And your overall amount for your LEA will not change, but you can request that that money be moved for reasons permitted under the law. Your takeaway for this responsibility is that your LEA's designee or you are responsible for communicating these projections and updates to your schools. We upload them into the school's plans, so they have access to see them once those are available. But the more communication that you are able to do with your schools, the better. The next of the key responsibilities is to please provide regular budget support to school councils and principals. We recommend providing consistent and periodic support, so ideally monthly or before each council meeting. One thing you're helping schools do through budget support is ensuring they're on track to spend funds down to a compliant amount. And carryover or carry forward funds are limited to a maximum of 10% of the current fiscal year's distribution. And just remember that prior year carryover doesn't count towards that limit. The next responsibility is ensuring that school land trust funds are used appropriately. School land trust funds can only be used if they're allowed by program code or rule and pre-approved by the council, local governing board, a district or charter reviewer, and the USBE and the school's school land trust plan. So it goes through a pretty wide range of reviews. If your LEA doesn't have one already, please implement a pre-purchase verification process to ensure alignment between the purchase and what was approved in the plan before recording any expenditures. And before you certify and publish that information in UPEFs, please ensure that you have a post-purchase review and verification to ensure that money was spent as planned and not in excess of available program funds. This is something that the schools and you'll be certifying once the school submits a final report. And then the LEA, once that approval goes through, that report does go public. So we just want to make sure that everything's accurate in there. If you want any ideas on pre-purchase verification or post-purchase verification processes, there's a couple of LEAs that have implemented some really great ones over the past couple years and shared those with us. So reach out and be happy to share some ideas with you, depending on the size of your LEA, what might work best. And then having this pre or post approval process in place really helps avoid issues down the road. It is helpful if you or those who are a part of those processes become familiar with what is okay for school land trust funds to be used for and make it a habit for the school's plan to be consistently referenced to ensure they're staying on track throughout the year. The next responsibility we have is documenting expenditures in a clear, transparent, and trackable manner. That's just a key component of this program, and I'm sure many of the others that you participate in. This is also one of the areas where we have the most compliance findings as far as the program goes. So just a couple quick reminders to keep you on track is please make sure to submit expenditures under the correct school location. So School Land Trust is not an LEA level program. Money can't be shared and it should be attached to the plan for each school. We had some great validations put in on the UPEF side this last year where we're getting everything reported to schools, but we're still seeing some misreporting of school locations. And so just making sure to really make sure you're matching up the spending to the school that it occurred at. The next one is we do load our budgets in dollars and cents. And so if you're able to do that on your side as well, just make sure your records match the School Land Trust reporting once it comes out. When possible, please provide detailed descriptions that will show up in your transactional details. I've seen some schools or LEAs do this by referencing goals and action step numbers when recording an expense, or just using the same language to describe the purchase as what was used in the plan. And then lastly, please avoid any lump sum adjustments for our program. If you can address each item individually, when you're needing to back out expenses, so it's clear at the end of the day what money was spent on and what it was not spent on. All right, the next one is to please avoid negative balances for the program. Charter schools are prohibited from having negative balances reported for School Land Trust. So just please review the school's individual budget before submitting expenditures and ensure you're adjusting with other funding sources before reporting. Our site is not set up for manual adjustments to correct that reporting, so we're hoping that that won't become a normal process for us to be doing it on our end. District schools can incur negative balances, but only with prior school board approval. So before final reports are submitted, please submit meeting minutes to the USBE School Children's Trust team, clearly stating the school name and approved advanced amount. And then ensure that you and the schools have a clear understanding of the advance rule before seeking an exemption for negative balances. That's one of the compliance findings we're finding this year too, is that permission isn't being asked till after there's a negative balance. So if you could just make sure that that's planned out beforehand. And then one of the last things, if UPEF's recertification occurs after December 31st, we are now going to be notified if the LEA is unpublished. However, it won't tell us if School Land Trust data is a part of anything that's any of the data that's changed. So you can either expect an email from us just asking to confirm if School Land Trust data was a part of that, or if you want to be proactive, you can send us over an email and just let us know, hey, our School Land Trust funds were a part of that change. The reason that's important is because a lot of the principals will have already submitted those reports and they will have been approved on your LEA's end. And so if that data is being updated, we want to give them the chance to go back and review what they approved and what will end up becoming the public data. And then the last thing that I have is just a reminder for annual training. Annual training on School Land Trust program requirements and reviewer duties is mandatory for charter business administrators because the law assigns you the reviewer duty. So you're a big part of that process. District business administrators recording School Land Trust expenses, we strongly encourage you to attend annual training. If you don't, just please work really closely with the trained LEA representative at your LEA to ensure that you have internal controls in regard to communication and other School Land Trust requirement processes. And that training is available through every LEA's governing or school board, or it's also offered by our team at the USBE. And then on the last slide I have here, here is a link to just a more user-friendly handout of the information in this presentation, and I'll make sure it gets sent out after after this. And then if you are a charter business administrator, I have a couple of guides to reviewing a final report and plan amendment. I know you only do it once a year, and so it's hard to stay on top of it. It's hopefully a really easy, quick, user-friendly way to just make sure that you have all the information that's pertinent to reviewing in front of you before you perform that duty. And then if you have any questions, we have our group email, schoollandtrust@schools.utah.gov. That is the fastest way to get a hold of our entire team at once. So please feel free to utilize that anytime you need any support, additional resources, or training. And then thank you for your time today. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those. Otherwise, that is all I have.
Thank you, Kira. We did have one question in the chat. It says, are you pulling the information from our AFR upload?
That is a good question. I wonder, John, can I bug you do you know what we pull on our end in a school land trust?
Yeah, it's from the actual submission. It's basically anything tied to program 5420. So that gets sent automatically via API to the school land trust system. So it is the AFR upload.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Looks
All right,
like,
thank you. Thanks for having us, Sam.
yeah, thank you, Kira. Much appreciated. Okay, we now have our fantastic grants team. We're going to start with Sarah Harward, who's our grants compliance officer, and then we'll have Rebecca Nilsson as well.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, perfect. Get my screen shared real quick. Okay, see my slides okay?
We can.
Perfect. Okay. All right, everybody. I am Sarah Harward, your grants compliance officer here at the agency. So we're going to go over some really exciting updates that we have for you for Utah grants. A little for our agenda, we're going to go over the substantially approvable application process, and this has to do with your federal grants. We'll go over the federal code and what that means for your funding availability. Then we're going to go over the new consolidated federal pre-application process, what that looks like for the intent to participate in your federal funds, intent to transfer funds, and the federal assurances that go along with those programs. Then we'll give you a timeline for the updates, what trainings are also going to be coming, and then some new functionality called program tagging and peer review. And then we'll go over post-award transferability. So, substantially approvable application process. So this has to do with your federal awards. The federal code is found in 34 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 76. And this has to do with the determination of your applications for your federal funds, where they have to be substantially approved. And this is the initial step in the approval process for the accompanying budgets for your federal awards. To be considered as substantially approved, the application must meet all of the requirements, and we'll go over those requirements on the next slide. But upon submission of your application, you'll get a substantially approvable date, which is the date that you submit that application. And that tells us the date that you can start to obligate funds. So this has to do with, and I'll go into this a little bit more, as far as the requirements for an application to be considered substantially approvable, it has to be signed by the proper individual. You have to complete your assurances and then meet any terms and conditions and certify to those. So what this means is funding is available to you, your federal funds, based on your substantially approvable date. And this is determined again by the date your application is completed. So typically our federal funds are available July 1st. And so you need to have your applications completed with the assurances by that date. And then if you complete all the requirements and submit the application by July 1st, then you can begin to obligate your funding by July 1st. However, if you were to wait and let's say submit on July 6th, your substantially approvable date would reflect July 6th, and your obligations wouldn't be able to be begun until July 6th. This is something that we've been lenient on, but we're going to start being more strict with following this process. Prior to this year, we used the annual LEA assurance document as your substantially approvable application to meet that date. So we had your assurances due by July 1st, and then you could obligate your federal funds starting July 1st. Now for this year, there's going to be an additional process, or a new process called the Consolidated Federal Pre-Application, and we'll go more into that in just a second. But this is going to be used to meet your substantially approvable date for 6 of your federal funds, your Title 1, 2, 3, 4, and IDEA and IDEA Pre. And I'll go over that again. So what it's going to look like here forward is that you will have assurances for your state, and your other federal assurances are going to be done the usual way, the way that you're used to. And I'll go over more of this in a second. And then your assurances for those 6 programs that I mentioned will be done in your consolidated pre-application. So let's get into that. What is this new federal consolidated pre-application process? So prior to this year, what it would look like is you would have each program contained all of the application elements. So your Title 1, 2, 3, 4, IDEA, and IDEA Pre, you had to fill out a GEPA form for each of them, your intent to participate, your transfer options, and then the program-specific forms and detailed budgets. And you had to complete all of those items separate for each program. And typically, applications were not available until late fall. What we're doing with this consolidated pre-application is we're going to group like programs together into this single pre-application so that we can collect like requirements for a set of programs once. So your assurances, your GEPA form, your intent to participate, and your intent to transfer, we're going to collect once for your Title 1, 2, 3, 4, IDEA, and IDEA Pre programs. So this just reduces the amount of forms that you have to complete. And then that pre-application is going to satisfy the substantially approvable application date. So what this consolidated pre-application, it will include your intent to participate in the program. So in that pre-application, you can decide, yes, you're going to participate, or if you're not, you can decide to waive funds. You'll also be able to determine the transfer between programs, of course, where allowable. And what we're trying to do here is reduce the number of applications you have to complete if funds are transferred. And I'll go into more of that in a second. And then the other nice thing about this is it's going to make applications available at the beginning of the fiscal year. So this pre-application is going to come out a lot sooner. So again, here are those programs that are included in this pre-application. Title 1, 2, 3, 4, IDEA, and IDEA Preschool. It is just these 6 programs. So here's the steps. You're going to select your intent to participate in the programs. Then you're going to select your intent to transfer any funding. You're going to complete 1 GEPA form and 1 federal assurance form for each, for one of those forms, and it'll satisfy for all 6 of those programs. You'll submit your pre-application. And then what's great is Utah Grants will then distribute based on your intent to participate. It'll distribute the individual applications for each of those programs that you selected. Yes, you're going to participate in that program. So in the pre-application, if you select no, you're not going to participate in, let's say, Title III, you won't have to complete a Title III application. So it allows you to select your participation prior to having to complete a full application, hopefully reducing the application burden. If you select no in the pre-application, that you get to waive the funding, and then you have no additional application for that funding. But if you select yes, you are going to participate in that program, Utah Grants will then trigger the full application for each participating program, and then you'll be able to complete them. The other thing, you get to decide if you're going to transfer funds up front. So this allows you to select your transferability prior to completing a full application. So again, trying to reduce application burden, and then reducing the number of programs to manage. As you know, if you decided you wanted to transfer Title II funds to Title I, we'd have to create a new program in Utah Grants called your Transfer Title II to Title I, and you'd have to keep track of that. Well, now you won't have to do that. When you select that you're going to transfer, again, let's example, Title II to Title I, when you do that in the pre-application, if you transfer all of your Title II funds to Title I, Utah Grants will not send you a Title II application. Instead, all of the funding will go to Title I, and you will complete a Title I application for all of the funds that you decided to transfer into it. So we're trying to reduce that number of programs you have to track and the number of applications that you have to complete. And Utah Grants will still continue to track that funding separately, though, because we do have to keep track on the between Title I versus Title II funds. Previously, the transfer process was outside of Utah Grants. This is a screenshot of the form. It may look familiar to you that Katie, our Title II, and Jody, our Title IV program managers, that they managed. It required additional forms outside of Utah Grants. And again, we had to create those additional awards. So we won't have to do that now. The new transfer process is going to be completely managed in Utah Grants, with all of your budgets being created and all of your supporting documentation uploaded into the system. And any funds, for example, again, transferred from like Title I to Title II will be managed in one award. There's still some backup documentation required, where if you do submit a transfer request, you will still have to describe why the funds are going to be better utilized, for example, in time. So you will have to have that supporting description of why it's going to be better for you to transfer those funds. And then for Title IV, if you are transferring over $30,000, you will have to complete the comprehensive needs assessment. Here's what the transferability looks like. And this is messy, but it looks a lot cleaner in Utah Grants. And we'll show you a screenshot, and Rebecca's going to do a demo on what this all looks like in the system. But basically, Title I, you can transfer funds into Title I from Title II or Title IV. Same thing with Title III. It's a transfer into program. You can transfer funds from Title II or Title IV into Title III. And then Title II and Title IV are in and out programs. You can transfer funds into and out of. And then your IDEA funds, no transfers are allowed. This is a screenshot of our testing environment in Utah Grants. So this is just an example of what this looks like in the Utah Grant system. And again, Rebecca's going to do a demo on this in just a second. And I see there's questions in the chat, so I'll get to those in just a second. But so you'll see on the left your 6 programs that are included in this pre-application, your allocated amounts. If you do transfer funds, the transfer amount will be updated. And then your indirect costs. I want to point you to the budget transfer allowability. So this is in Utah Grants. Here is your rule of which funds can and can't be transferred. So that will be right there in the pre-application. And then the section on intent to participate, you will have 3 options. You will get to select, yes, I'm going to participate in this program. No, I'm not going to participate. I'm going to waive the funding. Or the third option is, yes, I'm going to participate, but I'm going to transfer funds out. And then later you will get to decide how much of the funding you're going to transfer out. Let's see. I'll go over this real quick. So actually, let me check the chat. I think Rebecca might be answering those in the chat.
Yeah, sir, I got you on the chat.
Perfect. Awesome. Okay. So federal assurances. So when it comes to these 6 programs, what we did is we took the federal assurances that apply to the Title and IDEA program, the ESEA, and as well as the General Grants Compliance. And we've moved those assurances from the typical process into this pre-application. So it will be a form in this pre-application, and we'll show you where that is. So this won't be a duplicate effort. This is going to be a different process. The state assurances and the other federal assurances for like adult ed and CTE, you will still complete using the regular assurance process, where we will publish them no later than June 1st, and they will be due no later than June 30th. And the substantially approvable date for those funds will still be met with the typical assurance process. So there will be 2 places now that you have to certify assurances, but they don't overlap. So just so you know. Okay. Let's see. So here's the timeline on rollout. So what we've done is we have rolled out this new pre-application to 10 of our LEAs. And we did that last week so that we could help have them do some additional testing, see if there's any bugs or hiccups. So that's out and live to those 10 LEAs right now. Come May 15th, when it is ready to go, we will do a full rollout. Every LEA will be able to see this consolidated pre-application. Those applications will be due by June 15th, so that we at USPE can review them and have any chances to send back for revision if necessary by June 30th, because we want to get them done by July 1st to meet that substantially approvable date, and so that you could start obligating funds by July 1st. Okay, additional trainings. So we're going to be doing some video recordings of the process, as well as PDF instructions. If you've seen our other Utah Grants PDF instructions where we have screenshots of the step-by-step, we're going to be doing that for this process, and you'll be able to find them. I think they're actually there right now, where you can go to our link on the Financial Operations Utah Grants section of our USPE website, and you can find the PDF instructions. Okay, I think, yeah, let's have Rebecca, we'll pause here and have Rebecca do our demo.
Perfect. Thanks, Sarah. Get my screen queued up. So this little demonstration is intended to be just informational and kind of an introduction to what's happening in Utah Grants. But as Sarah mentioned, full trainings, videos, PDF instructions will be available on our website. We will also be doing further invite trainings if you would like to come and participate in a Zoom meeting. We can do that as well. So just so you know, this is just mostly informational. Get an introduction to what we're doing in Utah Grants, but there will be more in-depth trainings available to you as we get closer to the May 15th rollout date. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, can you see that okay?
We can, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to start by talking about the consolidated federal pre-application that Sarah just went through, how we access that in Utah Grants, and the core functionality within that consolidated federal pre-application. I'm also going to talk about a couple of other new key features that will be available in Utah Grants with this rollout. So it's kind of an exciting time. So the pre-application is different than the full application. So I just wanted to mention that when it comes to you in your pending tasks, you typically will see an application invitation. This one will show up as a pre-application invitation. And this is my testing environment, so a lot of what you see here is test data. It may not look very familiar, but just note that your application type will be a pre-application rather than the full application. You'll access it the same way you do all of your applications, however, and that would be in your application pending tasks. The logic is the same as the full application as far as the owner is the first person that takes the application. But I have some exciting things to share with you about how to make sure that the right people get the right tasks with this new rollout. So that will be forthcoming. So give me just a minute. This is a live demo, so thanks for your patience. Okay, so as you access the application, it gives you some core information, specifically what is the title. This is our Consolidated Federal Pre-Application for SFY 2026. Also note the project begin date and end date. So this is your July 1st, 2025 through September 30, 2027 grant. First person that picks up the application is the owner, and then there's a default approver, but any approver within the LEA can be assigned to approve this pre-application. There's the same acknowledgements when you submit the application as far as the attestation statements, so pay attention to those as you're submitting the application. The main meat of this application is in two places. So first, in the budget tab. So Sarah mentioned this program allocations table. First thing I wanted to note on this includes all of the 6 programs, which Sarah indicated, as long as your LEA has an allocation for those. So for example, if you do not participate in Title III and don't typically have an allocation for Title III, you wouldn't see that on your allocations. But if you are eligible for funding for any of those 6 programs, you will see them within this section. The allocation amount is really an important piece for us to understand. Because we're so early in the fiscal year, we don't know your allocation amounts for the next coming fiscal year. A couple of things need to happen. Number one, we need to get notification from the Department of Ed on what the state's allocation is. We have not received that yet. And second, we base our allocations per LEA on numbers that come out later in the year. So we wanted to get this application out. We wanted to have these numbers recognizable to the LEAs. So we picked a number that would make the most sense, but it will not be your final allocation. So the number that we've based the allocation amount on is your fiscal year 2025 initial upload. So it should look familiar to you on what you did your initial applications on this last year, but it will not be your final numbers for next year. So we will update these numbers before you go in and do your full application, but we did want to give you a recognizable number. So just pay attention to that. Those allocation amounts will change. One nice thing about doing this earlier, however, is if we do have LEAs that opt out of funding, it tells USBE much earlier in the year how much funding we have available to redistribute. So when we do redistribute to the participating LEAs, we can do that through one allocation process rather than multiple times throughout the year. That reduces the total number, reduces the number of budget revisions that the LEAs have to submit when we increase or adjust the funding. So that's helpful. The other piece is I wanted to mention it by not participating, that doesn't necessarily opt you out of needing to comply with statute or policy. So you may still need to follow requirements for special education, even though you don't participate in special education funding, for example. Okay, so by saying that you intend to participate, it's automatically defaulted as yes. When you pick the option here, oh, no, I don't need to restart. Goodness me. Okay, so I'm going to follow Sarah's same example and indicate, yes, I'm going to transfer Title II funds to Title I. So here I would say, yes, I'm participating in Title II, but I'm not following the Title II program. I'm moving those funds to Title I. So I would indicate yes with transfer and then save my table. What that's going to do is open a couple of new sections later on in this page. As soon as my screen updates, I'll scroll down. It gives me a whole bunch of new requirements as far as the ESEA transfer requirements and some resources available, and requires a certification. So you would just click Edit, Certified to those items if you agree, and then Save. So now the Utah grant system needs to know where are you transferring those Title II funds to. So here in this budget transferability section, you would create a new record. And you would select the target and the source and the target program. So where is the money coming from and where is it going to? So here under my source program, I will search and it will only pull up those which I have said, yes, I intend to participate with transfer. So I'll select my Title II and indicate that I'm moving it to my Title I. And in the transfer amount, Sarah mentioned that if you transfer the full amount of this allocation, then you will not be required to do an application and the full funds will be transferred when the final allocation is known. So I'm going to indicate that I'm transferring my total Title II fund. I'm going to put in my necessary information, including stakeholder input, and save. Thanks for your patience as my screens load. There we go. Okay, so you'll note that now that I have a new record saying that I'm moving Title II to Title I, the amount, my comments, this is a full transfer, which means any additional transfers or changes of those allocations will follow that transfer request. I can delete or edit this and create a new line if needed. But this information down below is based on what's available with what I indicated in my intent to participate up above. You'll note now in my Title II funds that my transfer allocation was reduced and my updated allocation becomes 0, and my Title I funds are increased by the amount of my Title II transfer. When the Title I application, full application comes out, it will be for both the Title II and the Title I allocation. And then the same with the award. The award will have both allocations combined. So the question in the chat earlier was what happens post-award as far as reimbursement requests and allotment memos. So the LEAs will not need to keep track of Title II funds separate from Title I funds if they are transferred together. USBE needs to keep track of that because we need to draw down from one fund to the other, but the LEAs do not. So on your reimbursement request, you will just fill out your reimbursement request and be held to tracking to the total overall budget with the combined funds. USBE has some flexibility as far as how we draw those funds down from the Department of Ed. We have opted to transfer or to draw down the transferred funds first and then the original source second. So you will see if you transfer the Title II to Title I, we'll draw down your Title II first, and then we'll draw down your Title II second. And you will have visibility of that within Utah Grants through reporting and also through managing your award. And the award will show both funding sources when that's issued. But you don't need to keep track of where it's coming from. You can indicate on your CFA that it's all coming from Title I. Okay, hopefully that answered your questions. Sarah, I'll have you monitor the chat and let me know if there's others that come up about that.
Not yet.
Okay, perfect. So that's really exciting. You'll also note that if I decide not to participate in funding, if I say no, and then save the table, my overall allocation for that line, you could see also changed to 0. So my updated allocation amount is updated based on what I'm transferring out, or if I choose not to participate in that funding. I will also not get a full application, as Sarah mentioned, if I transfer out or I indicate no on the intent to participate. Okay, so the next exciting section, this is actually a lot of really exciting work in Utah Grants. It prevents us from having to manage multiple awards, and we're really excited about this rollout. We are encouraging you to utilize this transfer functionality if it applies to you early on in the process with the pre-application. However, you will be able to conduct these transfers post-award if you so choose. It is much more streamlined if you do it in the pre-application process. You won't have to do the full application if you do it early. If you do opt to do it post-award, you'll have to complete your full application, get your funding, and then request the transfer after the full award. So it's a lot more work. But if in doubt, we can't ever transfer back. So if you opt to transfer and get approved for that, that's final. So just make sure that you're sure that that's what you want to do when you're requesting that in pre-award or post-award for that matter.
Rebecca, we do have some questions now.
Oh, of course.
So asked, so will we see the total amount in Title I if you transfer all of Title II on the allotment, or will it be separate?
On the allotment, it will be separate.
And then Kim asked, aren't there different carryover requirements for Title I than Title II if you draw Title II first?
I don't know the answer to that question, but I may need to get back with you on that.
Yeah. And then carryover funds from prior years that were not spent, will they transfer to?
Currently, our carryover funds from prior year are still going to be managed separately, but we do have some functionality that will be coming out later in Utah Grants to help us with the carryover funds and combining those, but that is not part of this process. So we will still manage each federal grant separately for the time being. But yeah, carryover is, there's a lot more logic as it relates to that, and we have a lot more requirements as it relates to that. So while we have the functionality, we're not quite ready to roll that out. So we'll still be tracking each state or each fiscal year and each federal award separately.
Great, that's it for now.
Perfect. Let me know if there's follow-up questions. Okay, the next section I wanted to talk about was on the attachments tab. So Sarah mentioned that we are combining so that you don't need to do 5 or 6 different GEPA forms. You can just do them once, and that will be here in this form in Utah Grants. And then also our consolidated federal pre-application assurances. So just to give you a view of this is exactly what you certified to in your assurance process last year. We essentially just moved the consolidated federal, the ESEA and IDEA assurances that you assured to last year over into this process. So these are worded exactly the same. They're not new. Just instead of completing this section on the annual state assurances, it will be done here. So they're the same process, the same wording, just different place. And then we will have a PDF that's available that you can download and access and share with those that need to review that. We know it's lengthy and there's a lot of requirements there, and we want to make sure that that's available outside of Utah Grants as well. The formatting in Utah Grants is not quite as clean as the PDF that comes out, but the information is the same. You'll certify to, I think there's like 47 different items on this, and you can save it as you go. When you're done, you will mark it as complete. The form will do a check and just make sure that you've answered all of the questions and completed all of the links for the policies and procedures that are required. And I will go back. Once you're done with both those forms, you will click one final validation to do a check to make sure all of the forms are done and 100% complete and submittable within Utah Grants prior to being able to submit the application. Okay, so that's like in a nutshell, the consolidated federal pre-application. This functionality exists. So USBE could use this for other consolidated type of programs. So for example, if we decided and it made sense for us to consolidate CTE programs or consolidate adult education programs, we could do that at a later point. Right now, we're only rolling out the consolidated ESEA and IDEA funds, but we have the functionality to be able to consolidate programs with like funding in the future to help reduce the burden on our LEAs. So that's exciting. Couple other things I wanted to go through that you'll note that there's in this consolidated application a new tab that's called peer review. So if you have multiple individuals that need to look at this, so for example, if you have someone within your LEA that reviews the IDEA assurances, you could send this to that individual for their review. They can look at the assurances, they can look at the budget detail and transferability. They can help complete this application, and you can send this to as many people within your LEA as you need to get a peer review by each of those individuals. Just note that as you do that, the application submission is not contingent upon you collecting those reviews. So if you do send it to someone and they don't get their work done, you can still submit the application without their review in Utah Grants. So it's very, very simple. You would select the reviewer's name within your LEA, and they need to be a user in Utah Grants user. You'd select their name, indicate what you need them to do, indicate a due date, and indicate if you would like them to be able to edit this pre-application or only view. If you say edit, then the application reviewer, peer reviewer, will have full edit access to all elements of the application. If they do not, if they have review only, then they can come back and enter comments and say this looks great, or you need to make the following changes, but they won't be able to actually make those changes themselves. So you have control over what the peer reviewer can edit within the application. And as the application owner, you will still have ownership of the application and be responsible to submit the application for approval. The peer reviewers do not have that functionality. Only the application owner can submit the application for internal approval. Okay, that is peer review. The next exciting thing relates to how do we get the right tasks to the right people within our LEAs. I would like to show you another new function within Utah Grants that's called program tagging or program of interest. Within the organization profile, so if you, I'm going to back up a step. If we visit the home screen, and then on the left, if you go to manage organization profile, it opens up a whole bunch of information about your LEA. In particular, I want you to pay attention to this contact section. This section has a green eye next to each line. If you click on that, a new table appears. And that is the program tags. So we have now come up with a series of program tags for programs within the USBE for which LEAs can apply. Users can then opt in or opt out of these program tags. I'm actually going to go back in because I was in as a different user. So you can see I'm currently signed in as Jenny. And I am looking at Dr. Dan Linford. Jenny does not have access to edit for others. But if I go back, Jenny can opt in or opt out of these program tags for herself. So good to look at that. And by clicking on the bell with a line through it, she could unsubscribe from those individual tags. And then notifications and pending tasks will not be sent for programs that are related to those areas. So for example, here's a great use case. If you have an individual within your child nutrition program that helps complete applications for the CMP programs, equipment grants, farm to school, those type of programs, but don't need access to all of the rest of the applications, they don't need to see the notifications, you don't want them to come in and accidentally take ownership of those applications, those individuals can unsubscribe from all unrelated tags and only subscribe to the CMP programs for which they are responsible. So this helps to get the right messaging to the right people. It also helps to reduce the overall email fatigue that we tend to get with Utah Grants with all notifications going out to all users. So instructions are available for this on our website. I'll kind of navigate you there in just a minute to show you where you find that information. Just so you know that is there and available. All LEA users are auto-subscribed to all tags currently, so you will need to unsubscribe. Right now it's an opt-out. We wanted to make sure that all users had the option to receive all tags, but opt out if you do not want to receive those notifications in the future. You'll also note that there's a role here in the administrator overview that is currently defaulted to your key point of contact. The new role is administrator, and it's in this upper section. The administrator role can also edit the tagging for other individuals. So in this case, Dan Linford would be able to go into each of the other individuals and unsubscribe them or subscribe them to tags for them. But it is recommended that the users subscribe or unsubscribe to their own tags. Also, note that this administrator role must be subscribed to all tags. We wanted to make sure that at least one individual within the organization received every email. So that will be this person, Dan Linford in this case, the administrator. That's so that we don't miss any application notifications that need to go out. Okay, any questions or feedback on the functionality for program tagging?
We had one question of, can you add a tag back if you've unsubscribed?
Yes, let me show you how that's done. Thank you. So after I've unsubscribed, it fell off my list. There's a subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner of this section. You would just click on that. It would bring up any options that you have available, and you would just click on whichever applied, add, and you're done. So super easy. And that's now part of your tagged list. And do note that there are a couple of pages here. We've tried to limit the number of tags and combine like programs. So also look at the program tag description. This is, again, my test organization. What you'll see in production is just a little bit different, but pay attention to those program tag descriptions as well if there's any question. And when in doubt, subscribe. You may get a little extra, but you don't want to miss anything. Okay. All right. So where do you find things Utah Grants related? Just as a reminder, on the State Board of Education, schools.utah.gov website. Sarah, would you drop that in the chat for me?
Sam already did.
Yeah. Oh, awesome, Sam. Thank you. You'll note that the instructions are all here, including program tagging, for example, and the screenshots associated with that. Also, the new instructions on the consolidated federal application are here as well. One other thing I wanted to note is that the 2026 reimbursement schedule is available and also on the website. So we're still in 25, but as you're looking forward to SFY 2026 dates, that is available. Okay, I think that's it, unless there were any other questions from the group.
There weren't any other questions, but just running back to the slides real quick, I do have slides that describe program tagging. I won't go back through them again just because Rebecca did a great job, but we do have slides just so you know that these are, when these get shared out, that there's a slide for program tagging. the peer review functionality, and then the post-award budget transfers. Rebecca mentioned this. If you complete all your pre-application, do all your applications, you can do budget transfers post-award. So there is that option. But we're just encouraging you to do it sooner because it would be great if you're going to waive funding, we can redistribute it. And again, you don't have to complete that application if you choose to waive all of your funding. So, and then that's it. Just a reminder, we have a Utah Grants Help Desk. Here's that contact information. Yeah, that's it from me.
Thank you, Rebecca and Sarah. I echo the comments. You guys are my heroes as well. So thank you for doing all you do, not to just maintain our grant system, but to continually improve it. And I know a lot of us, have not worked in other states, but I think we're really lucky here in Utah to have the system that we do. It's very favorably with a lot of other states. So we'll next turn the time over to Cole Shakespeare, our fiscal monitoring manager. Before we do that, we do have a number of USBE board members with us. I wanted to acknowledge and thank them for being here as well. They do a great job, not just in our finance committee, but overall with our board. And if any of them want to come off mute and just say hi, you are more than welcome to. I think I've seen member Christina Bogus, Chair Cindy Davis. I think I saw member Jenny Earl and Vice Chair Molly Hart as well. But no pressure, but you're welcome to come off mute and say hi if any of you would like.
I'll just come off for a minute, Sam. Cindy Davis, Finance Chair, and just want to say thank you for doing this training, and thanks to all of our, great partners in the field. I just appreciate the way that all of you are working together, and I'm learning from our staff and also from their comments and the questions. So appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll say good morning too. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, whatever it is now. I echo what Member Davis said. I learned so much on these meetings, and it helps make better decisions when it gets to board meeting time. And I just love the input from the LEAs, from everyone really, because the more input we get, the better the decisions we make. So thank you to everyone. Thank you for having us on. Appreciate it. Thanks, Sam.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you for being here. I do see Deputy Jones. Deputy Jones, do you want to say hi? No pressure either.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, I'm bouncing back and forth between other meetings. So, yes, I echo the sentiment. Thanks for being here. We're here to support you. We appreciate your patience with, as we do better, and always in the interest of supporting you so that we feel that translates to your doing what you do so well for the students across the state. So thanks, Sam. Carry on.
Thank you, Deputy Jones and board members. We'll turn the time over then to Cole Shakespeare, our fiscal monitoring manager. He's got some updates, and then right after will be Gina Smith and Scott Crapo from our school fees team.
Okay, Scott or Sam, can you hear me? Okay. All right. Morning, guys. I just got a few quick updates for you. There's been some changes on the fiscal monitoring team, I believe, since the fall finance training. I'm sure most of you are aware of these changes as you've interacted with the team since then, but we had a few people leave the fiscal monitoring team last fall. Corey Starley, our internal controls fiscal monitor, he left to go to another state agency. Barbie Faust. She left USBE and the school fees team to go over to the Utah Association of Public Charter Schools. And then Neil Stevens left our fiscal monitoring team as well. And he took the role as the box elder business administrator back in January. So we've happened to replace two of those positions currently. We've got the third one that should be starting at the end of the month. But just quick introduction. I'm sure some of you have had the great pleasure of working with these two new replacement fiscal monitors. Diane Freeman, she is the new internal controls monitor. I'll let her introduce herself here in just a second, but she's taken over that with a big focus on time and effort right now. As you know, we've stressed in the past, that's kind of our big area of concern we've had at USBE, as that touches all federal funds and also state special education funds as a requirement. And then Gina took Barbie's spot over in school fees, and she'll be tag teaming that presentation with Scott. And then, yeah, just heads up for all of you. Gina and Scott have a little bit of an exciting announcement for school fees stuff on top of just going over the changes. I think all of you will be pretty excited about the change that they're going to introduce to you guys. And just so you know, it's brand new to us as well, just came about in board meeting on Thursday. So we don't have all the details and all the wrinkles ironed out yet, but we're just going to give you a heads up on that, and it's something that you guys can use here in the future. But yeah, Diane, go ahead and give a little introduction. And then, yeah, we'll turn over to Scott and Gina to run through school fees and all the changes from the session and what to look forward to.
Thank you, Cole. Hi, everyone. I am Diane Freeman, and I've met some of you, and I have the opportunity to meet more of you coming up in the near future. I am the fiscal monitor over internal controls, or of internal controls here at USBE, with a focus right now on time and effort, your policies and procedures. I'll be helping you along with those. I have a background with the University of Utah in compliance and central accounting with federal, state, and nonprofit grants. And prior to that, I was here with the state of Utah with DCFS in program administration. I am looking forward to working with all of you. Thanks for having me here.
Hi, I'm Gina Smith, and I am new to the school fees team. Like Cole said, I'm working with Scott, and I come with 17 years of regulatory and compliance work, and I look forward to working with all of you on your school fees. I've had the opportunity to work with a few of you and appreciate your time as we've worked through some of those issues. So look forward to getting to know more of you. Thank you.
All right, we can go ahead and jump right into the school fees. Let me get my screen up for you. All right, can you see that, Cole? Okay, perfect. All right, well, thank you for having us and visiting with us today. My name is Scott Crapo. I've been with USBE for a few years now. And we'll just go ahead and jump right into this. So the big thing on everyone's mind is what happened in this last legislative session. School fees got a fairly large bill. It was House Bill 344. And there's been quite a few changes, and we'll go over all of those. All right, so first thing I want to talk about are some of the new definitions that have some terminology that's had either some big changes or some little changes. These are the ones that I felt like were more important, and due to some time constraints, I'll go over just a few of these. Some big ones. So common education expense is an expense an LEA incurs that is related to delivery of instruction for all courses unrelated to a specific course, program, or activity. Includes employment of educators and staff, the provisions of capital facilities, and operation and maintenance costs. A new one is course. Means activity, course, or program that an LEA intends to deliver instruction, provides sponsors or supports, and conducts primarily during school hours. Includes a course in which a student is required to enroll as a condition of participation in a separate extracurricular activity. Fee course is a fairly easy one. It means a course that is not a non-fee course. And so a non-fee course means a course that results in course credit or course grade within the core standards of the board establishes under Section 53E-4-202 and other statutory requirements for English language arts, health education, mathematics, science, and social studies. Some more changes were to instructional equipment and instructional supply. Before they were grouped together, they've been separated now. So instructional equipment, activity, course, or program related tool that a student is required to use as part of the activity, course, or program and becomes property of the student upon exiting the activity, course, or program. Instructional supply means a non-reusable or consumable material or supply that is necessary to use, expend, or deplete as a component or element of an activity, course, or program in a secondary school. It does not include a personal student supply for a secondary student. And the personal student supply, that includes these are things that the student uses almost in all classes and activities. It includes things like pencils, papers, notebooks, crayons, scissors, and basic clothing. School equipment, it means a machine, equipment, facility, or tool that is durable, reusable, a secondary school owns, and a student uses as part of an activity, course, or program in a secondary school. And then two new ones are scholarship expense and scholarship student. So these are new to me as well. So scholarship expense means an expense that a parent or scholarship student incurs in education of the scholarship student. There's a long list of things that go along with that. So I won't read all of those, but you're more than welcome to go look at those. And scholarship student means an eligible student, including a home-based scholarship student for whom the program manager establishes and maintains a scholarship account in accordance with this part. Scholarship student does not include a homeschool student who does not receive a scholarship award under the program.
And
Right.
can you clarify that program for us? It's Utah Fits All, right?
Yes, Utah Fits All.
Thanks.
Sorry about that. Yeah. All right. So next, we're going to talk about some changes that aren't happening this year, but are happening in the school year 26-27. So the big change is that each LEA that awards graduation credits has to have at least one option for each graduation requirement that does not require a fee or fee waiver. So this is going to be the big thing that you guys are all going to be working on this year to implement in 26-27. So every LEA has to have a pathway to get a student to graduate without having any fees. Some options for this would be, instead of a student being able to take like a painting class, they would take like an art appreciation course. Some exclusions for this. So charter schools who give credit for graduation, but the only course that they offer is either an AP, IB, or concurrent enrollment class, that they will still be able to give those classes, and those courses will be able to have fees with those. And something that has to be added to registration materials is that they added into the bill is that they want to clearly identify each of these fees. So every fee needs to be identified and have a description of what it's being charged for, or what's being charged and what it's for. And all of these have to be included in the registration materials. All right, so a fee.
We have a question.
Yeah.
Does the no fee option apply to junior high school courses?
So, so yes, the junior highs will also have, if they're offering graduation credit, they'll have to have an option of at least one course that they offer that doesn't have any kind of fees associated with it. All right, so for fees, they're doing away with with general fees. So if you have a fee on your fee schedule that you charge every student, but maybe not every student participates or uses that fee is no longer allowable. And so it needs to have a direct benefit to every student that's being charged the fee. It cannot be general in nature. And then the fee has to be directly related to the expense of the specific activity or course or program. So that can't be making money off of the students. You need to be whatever you're being charged for to provide an activity, course, or program. That's what you're going to be charging the students or less. It needs to be equal or less than the incurred expense, and it does not replace or subsidize a prohibited fee, including normal instructional costs. So you can't charge more fees or more for a fee just because something else, you're not able to charge for something else. All right, so starting next year, this next school year, you may not charge a secondary student a fee for the following. So an expense related to a non-fee course, and there are exceptions with this that we will go over. A textbook, except for AP, IB, or concurrent enrollment, school equipment, and common education expense. So here's the allowable fees for non-fee courses. So these are going to be courses that are not part of the pathway for free the fee-free courses. This is going to be a course that is not on the pathway, but also is an option for each student if they would like to take these courses. But these courses still offer graduation credit that are listed in that definition. So such as English, language arts, health, education, mathematics, science, and social studies. And so you get instructional equipment. So that's the things that the tools that the students get to keep after the course is completed. School trips, field trips, you can still charge for those. Activity clothing, discretionary projects, we'll also go over that. It's got its own slide. And competency remediation programs. You'll be able to charge for those as well. And for fee courses, these are all the other courses. The same 5 fees that were that you can charge for non-fee courses are listed here as well. In addition to instructional supplies, life cycle replacement costs for school equipment, musical instrument rental, licensing fees for fine arts, and driver's education. And then continued. So we have post-secondary courses. So your AP, IB, and CE courses. You can charge for college credit, the exams and textbooks. I believe that most of these fees go directly to those colleges and things anyway. You can charge for extracurricular activities, including equipment replacement costs, open enrollment application processing, charter school application processing. Both of those, the direct wording from those sections is a school or district or charter school. A school district or charter school may charge secondary students a one-time $5 processing fee to be paid at the time of application. So those are still allowable fees. And then as well as fees for adult education courses. All right, so discretionary projects. So discretionary projects are going to be projects that the student will go to the teacher of their course if they have to do a project for that course and the student wants to do something different or something in addition to, they can ask for permission to do so. So the teacher will decide if the project that they want to do meets the competencies that are needed to pass the course. And they'll work with the student they can either charge the fee for additional materials that are needed for this project, or they're welcome to tell the students that they need to bring the materials themselves instead of charging a fee. And the LEA has the discretion to say no if you don't want them to do a discretionary project. But I know a lot of students get a lot of enjoyment out of doing discretionary projects, and they're happy to work with the school and pay fees to get those projects done, just to test their own skill. All right, so for elementary schools, an LEA may not charge for elementary school activities during the regular school day. That's kind of stayed the same. And supplies used for students or by students during the regular school day. Teachers can supply or give parents a supply list. But there is needed language on all supply lists for elementary school students. And that is this notice here that the items on the list will be used during the regular school day, may be brought from home on a voluntary basis. Otherwise, they will be furnished by the school. That needs to be on all supply lists for elementary school students if you supply a supply list. All right, so annual board approval. The deadlines have been changed. They were April 1st. They were switched to July 1st so to give more time after legislative session and any changes that are coming through to allow you to work on your fee schedules and your fee policies. And then just this last board meeting, the approval deadline was modified from July 1st to June 1st, and that will start school year 26, 27, and going on from there. So it'll be ongoing. You'll have all the time until June to get your fee schedule and fee policies updated and approved with any legislation that comes through. All right, so fee structure for scholarship student expenses. So if you offer classes and programs to beyond tuition, you have to have a fee schedule for these for the scholarship students. The fee schedule doesn't have to adhere to R 277-407 1 through 6, but it does need to have some things listed on there, and those things are that the fee schedule needs to be based on actual costs of the services or items covered. Match the fees charged to enrolled students for the same services or items. Itemize all charges and fees. Explain the basis for each fee and be updated annually. So a lot like your current everyday student fee schedule. All right, so with all of this comes new accounting. So we have done away with contra revenue, the way that was reported. And this new 5202, that is still going to be to be determined of what code is actually going to be used. The contra revenue codes are going to be available still. The change takes effect in fiscal year 26. An example down here that we have, so you have a fee or a course that has it costs $11,000. You collect $10,000 in school fee in school fees, and then you have fee waiver students. Before we had contra revenue, which would show the $1,000 in fee waivers. Now we're going to change it to a school fee LEA supplement, which is going to show the kind of the transfer of funds from whatever account you're paying for those fee waivers to students to the fee. And if I've butchered that, Sam, can you correct that?
No, you're doing great, Scott. I just put in the chat there. So yeah, you can still use the accounts if you are completely foregoing revenue. But the update to 113 and 407 allows you to now use a new code that is being determined with John and the Chart of Accounts work group to correctly code how you are supplementing that foregone revenue with other sources. So
Perfect. Thank you.
And Sam,
All right, so
looks like a question on that, or Scott. If the fee waiver exceeds the amount received in 5202, how will this reflect on the APR? Will we need to supplement with BAR revenue?
just thinking through that. John, if you're better than mine at this point, but so you're receiving an amount from the state. So Kim, that's the unrestricted school fees revenue, and that wouldn't apply to any fee waivers, if that's what you're asking. But yeah, this, theoretically, whatever you're using as a fee supplement would cover that fee waiver that you're giving. Am I misunderstanding your question here, Kim? So the intent would be if you you have 20 students in a program that the fee is $100, and then you have two fee waivers, you have that $200. If you did forego that $200 for the program, you would still use contra revenue accounts. If you did use other unrestricted revenues to cover that $200 from whatever source, that's where you would use this new school fee LEA supplement code. Okay. Yeah, so Kim, that 5202 won't be, and it won't be that code. We're still working on it. But again, Scott and Gina were fantastic to, take, we met Friday because the board just took these actions on Thursday to update R277113. So we're still working on the final code and how that will look like, and we'll furnish some journal entries. But yeah, the school fees replacement revenue that you're going to start getting in fiscal 26 is not related to this subject directly, if that makes sense.
Hey Sam, sorry, just put a note out there. We are going to look at the reporting more on this, so we'll get back to everyone on this. The 5202 there, we identified some potential complications, so I wouldn't but yeah, we'll take note to look at this and get back to everyone with what to do here. So.
Awesome.
And Jackie had a question on whether I think you're talking about the new school or the school fees replacement revenue that's coming in 26, whether that can go to Fund 21 or if it stays in the general fund. Is that correct, Jackie? Yeah. You could do either way. You could transfer to 21 or you can keep it in Fund 10. So okay, I think we're okay now, Scott.
All right, perfect. Thank you. All right, so the last thing that they made a change with in the House Bill 344, it's not really much of a change. just talks about when we monitor each of the LEAs and charter school or all of the LEAs. So the first step, so when we monitor you, we want to make sure that you are compliant, and we will do our best to get you in compliance. But when we find discrepancies, we may make you repay some improperly charged fees. And you have all been really great at seeing that those need to be repaid and that they were an accidental charge. So thank you for working with us on that. If we do contact you and we don't hear back from you after many attempts to contact, the other steps that we can take are withholding state funds or suspending your authority to charge fees. I've never gotten to that point. I don't want to, and I don't think you guys want to either. So I appreciate your hard work and in getting compliant. I appreciate it. The next section I had was, yeah,
Hey,
go
Scott,
ahead.
real quick, just one thing we forgot to mention on the new kind of contra revenue and that stuff. So just with the change in the board rule that just happened last week, that Scott just talked about, so that'll be applicable for FY 26. So nothing changed for your FY 25 reporting as far as contra revenues and that kind of stuff, but that will be the new thing going forward starting in 26. So just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. All right, the next section I have, we're going to discuss some common issues, and I can do that very quickly. So we see a lot of textbook fees still on fee schedules. So if you have a textbook fee, please take that off your fee schedules because that would be unallowable. The definition of a textbook does include hard copy books, printed pages of instructional material, instructional consumable workbooks, computer hardware, software, and digital content. So if you have anything like that on your fee schedules, please remove them. And then we have parent notices. These are the things that parents need to be aware of, or these things need to be on your websites. On each school website, the document can be on each school website, or you can have a link either to your website or to our website. 3 of these you can link directly to our website. We have the fee waiver application, the decision and appeals form, and the fee notice for families. So if you want to link them directly to the school fees website, you're welcome to. And then just make sure that you have your fee schedule with your spend plan and fee policies on each school's website. Oh, and I just minimized my screen. How did I do that? I'm sorry. What in the world is going on?
Real quick while he's getting that pulled back up. If you guys at any time outside of even a monitoring visit from Scott or Gina, if you would like them to take a look at your fee schedules or policies or anything, they're always willing to take a look at those and give you pointers, yes or no, or help you out with any questions or concerns you may have. And then that will make your monitoring visits go that much smoother. So they're available for that.
Apologize for that. Thank you, Cole. And then the last thing is the elementary school supplies. We see a lot of schools have supply lists and without this notice. So please make sure that this notice is on there. And so all these new changes, a lot of them came from House Bill 344. And we've got all sorts of information on our school fees website. If you need any kind of reminder, the FAQ is on there. And we will be updating that with some of this new data as well. And I just want to say thank you. My name is Scott Crapo. I work with Gina Smith, and you are welcome to email us anytime or call us, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
And Scott, it looks like we've got a couple more questions in the chat.
Yeah.
They'd like an example of a fee versus a non-fee course. And is there a link where they can read more about that?
So a non-fee course is going to be a course that offers graduation credit. So if but it's not on that pathway. So it'd be something that gives you like an arts credit, or a science credit. That would be a non-fee course. And then a fee course would be anything else that any other classes that the student might take that are not the non-fee courses. And yes, I can get my slides available for whoever needs them. So
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
right. So yeah, sheet music, because it is printed pages, but it's also there could be a licensing fee with that. I think I will have to double check and do some more reading on that, but I think that if the printed sheets for the fine arts licensing fee are kept by the school, I think then that would be acceptable. I'd have to double check on that. I'm sorry. I don't know off the top of my head.
Then the last question, Scott. There was a note on fee policies about a cap on school fees associated with waivers. I believe that was a bill that didn't pass, correct?
Correct. Yep. That was another bill that they tried to pass this year and that did not pass. So there's no cap on fee waivers right now. Sorry, it took me a minute to remember what that was too.
All right, thank you, Scott and Gina. Maybe if you can do some research on that sheet music as we
Will do.
update us there in the chat, that'd be great. All right, well, thank you very much. Again, any monitoring questions, direct those to Cole and his team. And we are happy to have Kimberly Loveland here from USBE's Child Nutrition Program. She's the director, and I think she has a couple members of her team with her as well that I'll let her introduce. Take it away, Kim, and let me know if you have any problem screen sharing.
Thank you, Sam. Good morning, everyone. Kelsey and Michelle, I just want to make sure you guys are online and you're able to hear me and you guys can talk okay.
Here and ready.
Okay. Michelle, are you ready to go? Okay, thank you. Michelle's going to share their slides for us. I'll start us off. Kim Loveland, Director of Child Nutrition Programs. With me today, Kelsey Eller, the coordinator for our support programs for schools, and Michelle Martin, who oversees our training and technical assistance and onboarding for school programs. Next slide, please, Michelle. All right. Again, we just want to emphasize that child nutrition programs support student achievement by providing well-balanced meals and snacks to school-aged children. Research has shown that by participating in school breakfast and school lunch programs, we do see attendance increased, students have improved academic performance, better health outcomes and behavior. And then our programs also provide nutrition and agricultural education through the Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Grant, Farm to School program, and day-to-day participation. Next slide, please. As many of you have seen in the news and have had different conversations with different people, we are navigating and pivoting with this change in federal administration. We've been through this a few different times with different presidents and administration. This is probably the most significant changes we've seen with our programs. And so we are in constant communication with our federal and regional offices, looking at how USDA is prioritizing their strategic plan and implementation of the programs. And then we have seen some cuts to our discretionary grants, but we have not seen any changes to our meal reimbursements at this point. So again, we're just watching that in constant communication, and then we'll be sharing information as we get it out to all of you and your food service directors. The other thing I would like you guys to be aware of is here at USBE with child nutrition programs, we are getting close to go live for a brand new statewide system. We have contracted with Primero Edge, and they will be doing the lift so that all of our programs, except for our TFAP program, which is with the food banks, will be online under this Primero Edge platform. So we will be continuing our Seamless Summer programs with CNP Web over this summer, but we will be providing training to those key individuals within your LEA that need to have access to this new software system. And we'll get training plans and dates out to everyone so that they can be sure to attend in order for them to get their applications on time for next year with all of the site listings, programs that you'll be operating within your districts or charter schools, and then also making sure that everyone has the information they need to submit their claims and do reports for this upcoming school year. So please reach out to us if you have questions on that, and we'll be sure to get you guys the support you need as we transition to this new system. One thing I do want to emphasize is just making sure that claims get submitted on time. Not only within our CNP Web system as we need to close that system out, but also as we gear up for the new school year so that we can make sure that we're just going to continue testing and watching things and making sure calculations are being done correctly and all that to minimize any obstacles that we might be seeing on that. So we will be, again, posting those dates for claims, but just if you supervise your food service directors, please make sure that they understand that they need to attend training and they need to get their claims in on time and accurate. On this next slide, we have a list of available programs and grants that we administer through child nutrition programs here at the State Board of Education. We have quite a few. We provide programs for child care, Head Start, adult care programs, adult care meaning adults with disabilities. And then we have our school programs. We have after-school programs. We also have an at-risk after-school supper program that we administer. Obviously, we're gearing up for our summer programs right now. We also work with the Utah Food Bank with pantries throughout the state, and then our USDA Foods in Schools. And then new this year is the Utah Sunbucks program. And we had some media coverage on that last week, and we submitted our first file to the Department of Workforce Services, who's the leading agency on that program, to get students that are eligible for free reduced price meals a grocery benefit over the summer months. So there's a lot we offer. We have an equipment grant. That application is due on May 23rd in Utah Grants. So if that's something that your LEA is in need of, this will probably be close to the last equipment grant that USDA offers. Over the years, they've kind of lessened the amount of funding available for that grant. So I would take advantage of that if you need to replace any equipment or if you have new schools opening up in the next year. But we, again, are here to provide supports to your students and your schools. So if some of these programs, if you have more questions about or would like more information about, we'd be happy to answer that for you. I just wanted to reiterate, because there have been a lot of questions about funding. Are we going to get our funding cut? How does this work? I just want to reiterate that a lot of the money that we get is federally funded, and that a lot of that money is appropriated, and it's termed as mandatory funding, meaning that it's in the law and it's in the statute, and there's formulas set in that statute on how states and LEAs will get reimbursed or have funding available to operate. So a lot of that mandatory funding is through meal reimbursements, and there's a certain allocation that's made each year for our USDA Foods and School purchases. And then there was another allocation made for some electronic benefit, which is known as Utah Sunbucks in our state. And then we have some programs like our Farm to School program, which is kind of a mix. So they have to allocate $5 million a year for Farm to School across the board nationwide. And then they have, they can add to that if they need to. So really, we don't anticipate seeing changes with what we get as far as meal reimbursements, which would impact you guys the most on that. And I just wanted to provide you that information so that you're aware of how that works specific to our programs. And then we have our fresh fruit and vegetable grant applications had just gone out for that not too long ago. And then that's available to elementary schools. It is a formula grant to states. And in the prior years, we have received over $3 million for that particular grant. So at this point in time, we haven't received any funding cut notices on any of that. Again, that's mandatory funding. We are running it in a continuing resolution through the end of September of 25. So we are planning to move ahead and move forward with that program as we normally would. And then we do have some discretionary funding that we oversee and manage at the state level. That would be for that school equipment grant that I just mentioned a few minutes ago. And then we are closing out our local food for school. And that was for those beef and bison purchases through those local ranchers. And unfortunately, that particular grant will not be extended. That was one of the funding pieces that was cut for local food for school and childcare. They were expanding that. And we were supposed to get $6 million for that, and that was cut. So that's discretionary. It's comes and goes, just depending on the year on that. So, but for sure, we have the school equipment grant, and we're closing out the local food for school for the 23 grant right now. And then just another reminder, some of you might be new, some of you might have been have been doing this for a long time, but again, most of your funding is federal, and that's a per meal reimbursement. For those of you that have schools with a high percentage of free reduced price eligible students, you get additional reimbursement on top of that, which would be, for example, your severe need breakfast, which is pretty significant as far as the reimbursement rate goes. For lunch, you have to qualify LEA wide for an additional 2 cents for lunch. And then obviously we have the different grants that you can apply for or have distributed to you. And then you have your state reimbursement, that's 75 cents per lunch. That rate has been established for this year. We anticipate that funding will stay pretty flat. We've had conversations with the Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control, and they see that forecast and that trend will stay pretty close to the same as it has in the prior years. So we'll start off the year with 75 cents per lunch again. And then the new thing that we're setting up is for House Bill 100 for the food security amendments on that. And we were given $2.5 million for that bill. So we will be providing you some more detailed information on how that will work. Right now, we're looking at using the Utah grant system to provide that funding to your LEAs to cover the reduced price local meal charge for that. And then we have our local reimbursement too that you also charge your students for a la carte, and those reimbursable meal charges for your reduced and paid students. And again, here's a slide just detailing again the state funding that we received from House Bill 100. It's the $2.5 million. I did want to reemphasize that it is only to public schools, so that would apply to this group here. Those students have to be participating in the National School Lunch Program. It is only for K-12 students. That was specific in the law, and it only applies to lunch reimbursable meals. And so that is discretionary funding, and the legislative body will have to appropriate that each year. So right now we just have this for school year 26. And as we're going through, if you have questions about anything that we're covering, please just put those in the chat and we'll try to get you an answer today, or we can follow up with you. And then again, just wanted to reiterate our roles as far as USDA, the state agency, and your local education authority. Again, USDA takes the laws and the funding provided at the federal level. They provide policy and guidance for that. They issue regulations, and then they also conduct a management evaluation of the states that are operating those programs. So we have our accountability piece as far as USDA goes with our agreement with them. And then obviously at the state office, we receive those funds, we distribute those out to you guys. And then we also provide guidance, training, and technical assistance. And then we have specific ways that we have to conduct our monitoring of those funds at the local level. And those are specified in law on how we set up those review cycles. And then we also collect and report information to USDA on a monthly basis. And then we have quarterly and closeout reports that we conduct. And then at the LEA, again, if you oversee food service programs with your role, there are specific things that need to be happening at the local level as far as site monitoring, overseeing the administration of the program, making sure that the meals meet federal regulations, that the free and reduced price eligibility is being determined correctly, and that those claims and reports being submitted are accurate and on time. All right, I'm going to pass the mic to Kelsey, and she's going to talk a little bit more about school programs and the nonprofit school food service account. Thanks, Kelsey.
Awesome. Thanks, Kim. Like she said, I am the coordinator who oversees monitoring and compliance with our office. And so I'm going to give you a few pieces of information about the types of things that we look at as far as it relates to school food service accounts, procurement requirements, different requirements that we look at related to financial management of school nutrition programs. So the first item that I wanted to mention is just in relation to the nonprofit school food service accounts. So these accounts are in existence for two main purposes. They have to be separated from other funds. They have to be limited to expenses that are necessary, reasonable, allocable in order to provide quality meals for food service improvement and operation. So those your SFAs have to maintain this account to safeguard the school food service funds and ensure that they're only used for authorized purposes, so only on allowable costs, and to ensure that, again, they're only used for the purposes of food service improvement and operation. And we'll talk about its nonprofit status in an upcoming slide, but those are its two main purposes. So if you go to the next one, Michelle, we'll talk a little bit more about the nonprofit school food service account and how to maintain it. One of the pieces that we look at when we review the nonprofit school food service account is indirect costs. So number one, we look to see if indirect costs are charged to the nonprofit school food service account. When we look at those, if they are charged to that account, we look to see whether they are being charged to the correct rate. We have included the link to the Schedule M on the USBE website. It's there for you, Schedule M, and it is the approved indirect costs rate for you. We use the unrestricted rate. So on administrative reviews, we will ask, number one, if indirect costs are charged. We will take a look at whether that's happened. We'll ensure that the approved rate is being used. We'll ensure that the costs are consistently treated across your SFA. And then obviously make sure that anything that is charged as an indirect cost is not also charged as a direct cost. So we're making sure that those charged costs are charged appropriately. But there is the Schedule M for you, and it is one of the common things that we see that indirect costs need to use the correct rate. Thanks, Michelle. So the next piece of obviously the nonprofit school food service account is that it is nonprofit. It maintains a nonprofit status, and the way that that is defined for us in regulation is that the account itself maintains less than 3 months worth of average operating expenditures. So the term that you will often hear us use is net cash resources. It's just a way that we refer to it, but essentially we're referring to the amount of money that is in that account cannot exceed 3 months average operating expenditures. If it does, it's no longer considered a nonprofit account, and those funds must be either spent down to be less than 3 months, or you have to have an approved plan in writing for spending those funds down from our office. So again, these funds can only be spent to improve the quality of the school food service on allowable costs. And if you have questions on what that means or allowability of costs, you can always reach out to our office as well. But that is a common finding that we see on our administrative reviews, is that the accounts are often in excess of that 3 months average expenditure limit. And the finding that we usually have to do is create a spend down plan. So take a look at that, communicate with your school food service directors as needed to ensure that that account is within that 3 month limit, and or that you have a spend down plan in place. There's a few reminders that I have as far as accounting codes. So just as a reminder, you know, school food service revenues need to be charted appropriately. Here are a few of these accounting codes that may be helpful for you if you use a food service management company. We currently have 2, Sodexo or LunchPro. So if those sound familiar to you, you'll know what they are. If they don't sound familiar to you, then you don't use a food service management company. But that accounting code is 570. Just as a reminder, food service account funds cannot be used to purchase land and or buildings or to construct buildings. And so those codes are not allowable costs to the nonprofit school food service account. If you have questions about, again, allowability of costs or potential allowability, you can always reach out to our office as well on those. 730 is for equipment. Just as a reminder, equipment purchases need to be either on a pre-approved list that is provided by our office, or if it is above $25,000 or not on that pre-approved list, it has to be approved in writing from our office before the purchase is made. We have an equipment request form available online on our website. So again, you can reach out to our office or find that form for when you plan to purchase equipments that may not be on that approved list or are above that threshold. Okay, the next topic is procurement. Because we do, in addition to administrative reviews, which cover the school food service requirements, we also conduct procurement reviews, and there are procurement requirements related to the school food service requirements as well. One of those is a Buy American requirement. So for school year 26, the non-domestic purchases will be capped at 10%. So the Buy American requirement has existed for a while, basically ensuring that the requirement for only domestic purchases to be made in the school food service has already existed, but it hasn't included this cap as of right now. So essentially, you can reach out to our office with questions, work with your school food service directors to ensure that that cap, that you're aware of that cap. If you are unable to meet that cap, you can reach out to our office. We are working on a process for how this will be implemented in Utah at the moment. We will have training available and a policy memo. So again, just be aware that this is happening and reach out to our office as needed. The other procurement reminder I have is that for your procedures and policies and record keeping related to procurement, as it stands with school nutrition programs, is to ensure that you have you and your school nutrition staff have your procurement procedures written, that they are being followed when purchasing equipment or entering into contracts. One of the common findings that we see on procurement reviews is that procurement procedures and policies are in place but not being followed, or that we have in a previous procurement review provided corrective action or had you put policies in place, but again that they aren't understood or being followed. So one of the highlights is just be aware of what your written procurement procedures say and that they are followed. That's the best way to prepare for a procurement review, is to review your documentation, review your solicitations, responses, and any evaluation procedures that you use to award contracts. This ensures all existing contracts were evaluated and awarded, without, again, unallowable cost provisions or anything like that. So that is our recommendation for you, is just to go through those documents and ensure that your procedures are in place and being followed. Okay, a few other reminders for you. In regards to pricing reimbursable meals, one of the requirements is what we call paid lunch equity, but essentially this is pricing for paid meals. Students who pay for meals, there are requirements in place for how those prices have to be calculated. So in Utah, we do some of this for you. We will reach out to your SFAs with information about if you are meeting the paid lunch equity requirement or if your prices potentially need to go up. Prices don't necessarily need to be raised every year. You can choose, if you receive non-federal funds like the state reimbursement, to offset the costs of your paid lunch price. But again, that is something that we work on as our state agency, and we will reach out to your SFAs with what needs to happen to your paid lunch prices. But generally speaking, you can calculate your paid lunch prices by getting your reimbursement rates together. We have a paid lunch tool available on our website to help you calculate those prices, and you can reach out to your assigned child nutrition specialist if you need help specifically with calculations. But just as an FYI, there are requirements in place for what those paid lunch prices need to be. In addition to that, there are also pricing requirements for non-program food. Non-program food is essentially anything outside of a reimbursable meal that is sold to children during the school day. So a la carte meals, a la carte snacks, adult meals, so anything sold to adults, whether that's a meal or an a la carte item, catering, anything that is used that uses the nonprofit school food service account funding that is sold has to be also meet specific pricing requirements as well. We have a policy memo available for how those work. on our website, but please be aware that there are requirements for the costs of those items and the revenue that you have to generate from those items. Again, feel free to reach out to our office for details. The last thing that I'm going to talk about is the unpaid meal charge policy. So for students who may not be able to pay for their meals or gain negative balances, your SFA's responsibility is to have a policy in relation to how you handle those negative balances. Our office only requires that you develop and communicate your policy. We don't dictate what is in it. And so please work with, again, your school food service directors to determine what is in that and to communicate it to households. But the key factor here for you guys is that nonprofit school food service account funds cannot be used to cover any of those student balances that end up being considered bad debt. Okay, I am going to pass it along to Michelle for the last few slides.
Good afternoon. So I have a couple of updates for you. The first one is related to USDA Foods in Schools. So there are probably a number of you that participate in USDA Foods in Schools. There are 3 programs that you are able to participate underneath that umbrella. One of them is DoD Fresh, not to be confused with the elementary school grant to get fresh fruits and vegetables into your school. But there is DoD Fresh for fresh produce. There is direct shipment, which means that you either are receiving direct shipments from a USDA vendor, or you are receiving goods from our state contracted warehouse. So USDA Foods are arriving at, we contract with US Foods, not again, US Foods versus USDA Foods, but it hits US Foods first, and then those products are shipped out on the first available delivery to your schools. The third option is processing, which means that your school has a contract with a state-approved processor. They do have to have agreements for liability reasons with our state office, but they contract with a processor, and then the schools are shipping raw product in bulk to those processors. They are formulating those products, and then they come back to the school after they've been processed. So turned into things like chicken nuggets or fruit cups. Each LEA is eligible for an annual allocation for planned assistance level, which is the local schools allocation for USDA Foods in Schools. When utilized fully, this can be approximately 15 to 20% of the program food budget, depending on what your school decides to request from the state agency to order on your behalf. But it is quite a bit of funding that USDA provides to Utah in order to support this program. And we just wanted to make sure that you're aware of the opportunity available to you. There are a couple of things about USDA Foods that make it different than buying commercial product that I really want to make sure that you all are aware of, especially when your food service directors are working on developing their budgets. They just completed their what we call a catalog in February. And then the state agency, so some of my team members are actually taking those catalog requests, and they have to build trucks. We can't bring product in if it doesn't fill a full truck. So our state team does that, requests that from USDA, and then USDA goes out and procures that through the agricultural marketing service. I give you this explanation because, again, that allocation is an estimate of what the school is supposed to receive. But there are a lot of variables, which I'm sure you can appreciate with logistics and just the fact that food is perishable, and it's, crop based. So depending on whether or not USDA can procure it, and whether or not the product actually can arrive in Utah, will dictate what the actual value of that product is. And that usually can be totaled at the end of the school year. Not usually, it can be totaled at the end of the school year, but it's dependent on what actually arrives at the school. So there are reasons sometimes why a school does not get the full value, and your food service director is able to talk with our office to get those details about why a product may or may not have been received. But if you've got questions about that, I would love to know what they are. We can put together short resources so that they're available to you if you're trying to have that conversation. We do want you to monitor that value too. Food fluctuates, the cost of food. I'm sure we're all aware of that. We've all been watching eggs. But you want to make sure that you're monitoring that value as the product is received at the school so that you can appropriately budget as well. I will also post in a couple of minutes before we leave, I'll post how to pull the annual value of USDA foods received. That is required to be pulled from a few different systems just because of the volume of vendors and also the variety of programs that schools are able to participate in to receive that funding. So I'll post that resource so that you're able to figure out those values, and then a couple of other things about how funding works with USDA foods in schools. I also have a brief update about professional standards for you. It's our understanding that many of you oversee your child nutrition or nutrition services departments, and hiring with people retiring or just moving on to different opportunities has become somewhat of a challenge depending on your location and your school size, but there are strict requirements for professional standards. And it's not title based, it's responsibility based. So if they meet the definition, the federal definition of a school nutrition program director, they have to meet those minimum hiring standards, which includes an education level and experience. And that does depend on your total student enrollment. They also, all nutrition professionals do have training requirements that they need to meet as well. And that also depends on the size of your LEA. If you do need flexibility because you're running into an issue with finding a food service director, we will post, there is a link to request a waiver. That's not guaranteed, but we might be able to extend flexibility depending on the situation and how that questionnaire is filled out. So if you do have questions about that at all, please feel free to reach out to our office, but I'll pop that link in the chat as well. I do see a couple of questions coming through, and it looks like Kelsey has answered those, or the one. But to wrap up, if you wouldn't mind, we would appreciate if you'd take the next 60 seconds, 30 to 60 seconds, and answer or I guess respond to one of the prompts in our poll. We're always interested to know what you need to know from us. We really want to make sure that the time we get with you for these presentations is appropriate. We'll definitely bring updates we feel are relevant, but we really would like to know what you'd like to know from us. So if you could come off mute or maybe pop something in the chat, that would be very, very helpful.
Everybody's thinking, I think, Michelle, but really appreciate you guys coming and sharing with us all of your updates. It's always a busy space that you guys are in, and important space. So thank you for all that you do. My kids eat school breakfast and lunch every day, so appreciate it. All right, and then we will have Nestor Rodriguez get queued up. He's the only thing between us and lunch, speaking of nutrition. So I'm really looking forward to my hot honey beef sweet potato cottage cheese avocado bowl that's in the fridge. So Nestor, you have till 12:30.
What was that again?
So,
What was that again? Do you hear me?
it's beef, sweet potato, cottage cheese, avocado, and hot honey.
I'll make a note of it.
Calories,
Hot honey.
45 grams of protein. So
Those grams of protein, very important. Hello everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me and being here. I'll try to cut it short. I put a lot of slides up, but that's for your reference. There's some links there as well. So I'll get started. I should share my screen. Yes, Sam?
You bet.
Okay. Do you see it?
Not yet.
Share.
There we go. Yep.
All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and I think I'll start here. So I think everybody sees my screen and my slides. Again, a lot of slides. I don't really plan on getting into detail given Sam's really his menu item there of sorts. So I'm just gonna go through just the basics here. But overall, I got really this is about, and we're fortunate in a way. This is about uncertainty, and this uncertainty has been brought about by tariffs. This uncertain policy situation that we're in. Markets never like uncertainty. And in that sense, really, this is what we, at the very least, from a fortunate standpoint, we can point to something and say, this is because of that. And that's good. Generally speaking, markets in the past in history, it's sort of something is happening. We can't figure it out until after the fact, and the chaos has ensued. In this case, it seems like it's with regard to the stock market, for example, and other equity markets, this is directly related to uncertainty. So with that said, the highlights I'm going to go through real quick are just going to be the U.S. economy, the Utah local economy. Real quick, just purview through tax revenues, just to give you sort of a contrast to what happened with the COVID crisis and what's happening now, sort of the similarities. Real quick, also through consumers, income, employment, inflation. This is for reference from the Gardner Policy Institute just last week put out a really neat tidbit there, information tidbit on federal public education funding in line with, I guess, what's been happening at the federal level. So it's very informative. I put the slides, some snapshots I took of there, but sort of a shout out to the Gardner Policy Institute for really being reflective of the situation at hand and coming up with some informative piece I would suggest you look over to sort of see the impacts not the impact so much so just where the federal government stands as far as education funding is in Utah and us. And then last but not least, just comparing what we've said in the past year, forecast comparisons, just to give you some sort of chronology, if you will. But certainly, again, I can't stress this enough. The uncertainty associated with tariffs is really at play here. So gross domestic product, otherwise known as GDP, came in. We had the economy contracted in the first quarter of this year. This is an advanced estimate. So there's typically 3 estimates that are made. This is the first one for January, February, March, and it came in on an annualized basis of 0.3%, negative 0.3%. And so this is some of the information from the Bureau of Economic Analysis. Again, your federal tax dollars at work here. This is a fabulous website for information, breaks it down for you, how you want to see it, in which way you want to see it, tables, graphs, etc. And what we see there is just that we've contracted relative to the past, the recent past, that being a year and a half ago, if you will, Q4 2023. And so we had the steady progress. And then in turn, we had this contraction that, at least from an advanced estimate standpoint, was the first happened in the first quarter. These are some other preliminary numbers. note, everybody, I heard mentioned earlier, eggs, inflation is moderated downward, but it's still, and as I've mentioned in previous discussions, sticky. And so the theory suggests, and it's really playing itself out, prices take a while to come back down. And this is this notion of stickiness, price stickiness. Folks are reluctant, especially given the uncertainty, to lower prices because of associated costs and or demand, and sort of in that sense, from like a producer standpoint. Consumers in turn, and or employees, the labor force is also inclined to ask for wage increases as opposed to be to settle or be complacent because again, case in point, eggs. When they see eggs going up by as much, and I hate this to be the poster child for inflation of sorts, but it seems to be the norm of the day. When egg prices are going up, they feel threatened because their real purchasing power is going down. With that said, the unemployment rate has been pretty steady. And in fact, we had a number that came out last Friday, so not in time for me to put in the slides, but the unemployment rate was steady at 4.2%. And the job number, which is the number of new jobs added by employers, actually was up 177,000 in the month of April. The expected number was 135,000. So again, we're getting contrasted. We're getting numbers that are conflicting with each other, which really at this you know, especially given everything that's happening, is really not a surprise, given the onset of these new policies. Okay. So again, just for your personal information, your reference, and this is again from the economic, I believe the economic snapshot that the Gardner Institute puts out. So it's easily for you to reference online, but you're really seeing nothing drastic happening from an economic standpoint. When we think of this, what we're looking at is the overall economy, GDP, unemployment, and inflation. And so outside of that number, that contraction in the first quarter of this year, really seeing nothing else changing under the surface. Something to really consider here is this happened in the COVID crisis as well. There is a resiliency to the Utah economy that is not seen nationwide. And so the Gardner Institute, this economic council, is suggesting, as in the past, the Utah economy has grown faster than the overall economy and is expected to overperform compared to the overall economy. So something just to keep in mind. And if we use the COVID crisis as a basis for this, in fact, yes, we did see this sort of resiliency in the Utah economy relative to the rest of the country. And so you're seeing it here as well, whereas the percent changes in 2022, 23, and 2023 to 24 for the overall economy were positive. The Utah economy actually grew faster than the overall economy in percentage terms. So that's again something to sort of keep in mind. I think we can sort of relate seeing the transitions we've seen here locally, population growth, the influx of people, businesses, what we've seen with regard to housing prices as a result. We sort of can relate to this, I believe, as a whole. And so these are just informative, just the percent changes in the annual rate for GDP. And so just for your, and again, all of this is available on the Bureau of Economic Analysis website. Just contributions to GDP by industry group, so forth and so on. Now, what's really important to see here is when you break down this last GDP number that came out in the first quarter, GDP is made of four major components: consumption, income, government spending, and exports minus imports, what we call net exports. No surprise with regard to the uncertainty given the policies in place or in play, if you will, that imports, the change in imports relative to exports happen as such. However, what's really important to note is investment. Investment growth was impressive. Investment tends to be the most volatile component of GDP. And if you just think in general, a stock market is a form of savings or investment, if you will, just in sort of layperson's terms. But the idea that you're building a factory and companies were investing, maybe building said factory somewhere, well, why would you do that if you didn't have a future plan? And so that was and it really grew quite a bit compared to our past numbers. So that's a reason for optimism. Consumption growth slowed. It wasn't negative. Consumption typically makes up, no matter how you slice it or dice it, 67 to 68% of percentage terms of GDP. And so it did slow, but it was positive. So really, this overall change more had to do with this change in net exports, again, in line with what's been happening, this uncertainty with regard to tariffs. So now going to tax revenues, this is the TC23 summary report that's released by the legislature. And so you see here that as far as tax revenues go, this is the last one we've received. We'll get the next one in a week or so that'll reflect April's tax collections. Everything is steady, except, if you will, if you look at corporate tax. Now, the reason I'm bringing this to your attention is in line with this idea of what you've seen in the chaos, maybe for many in the stock market, that recent drop, and now it's sort of just muddled the waters. It's sort of sitting there meandering. Well, in fact, you're seeing this reflected in corporate tax, and these are negative numbers. Now, I will point out that, and there's some positive attributions to this, except for what's happening with the corporate tax rate. This is what happened in April of 2020. This was when we were in the midst of the COVID crisis. These numbers look very similar. And so, again, from a perspective, what markets don't like are uncertainty. That is this sort of given as a rule. But we sort of know why there's this uncertainty. The same with what we knew in April of 2020. We knew what was happening. It was because of the COVID crisis, because of the coronavirus. And so the numbers align sort of almost perfectly. And so we can sort of think that maybe we are sort of in the same throes for different reasons, but as far as the indicators go, like tax revenue, tax collections, we're sort of in a similar boat. So again, just numbers here for your reference. The Consumer Sentiment Index, much has been made about it because it's dropped quite a bit. This is from the University of Michigan. However, as you can see historically, especially within the last few years, the Utah Consumer Sentiment Index is typically higher than the national average. So then here we have just some other information with regard to sort of tidbits from the Tribune and other media outlets with regard to household incomes. The Tribune put out a number suggesting that the median household income was the highest here in Utah. And when we look at this from a regional price parity, what that means is, let's say a loaf of bread here is not going to be the same price as a loaf of bread in New York. It's not going to be the same price as a loaf of bread in Florida. And so what we do as economists is we account for that by accounting for this notion of parity. And so when we adjust incomes and prices to parity, then in fact we get a more real assessment of what a consumer and economy is facing in terms of prices versus their income. So on that end, then this would suggest that we have one of the, if not the highest incomes on a regional price parity basis in the country. Again, sort of going against the grain here from a national perspective. So more numbers from you from Workforce Services for you to reference. And the Consumer Price Index, this was the last release. We're going to look for another release this month. But consumer prices were at 2.4%. Again, the stickiness that we're seeing here in line with the theory. So inflation has moderated, but it's not going down as fast or as far as folks would like. But again, sort of expected. Inflation, I put myself on a soapbox here of sorts, but this is one of the few truths we know about economics, it being a social science. What happens when we have inflation? And in that sense, we sort of knew that this was going to be sort of an obstacle of sorts in terms of prices coming back down. So then here again, just the breakdown of consumer prices. You see this energy number lower. Typically, we measure a CPI, urban CPI in the United States, with and without food and energy. The reason being because food and energy are volatile. And you don't want to be drawn into a notion that food and energy, for example, could be rising And then next thing you know, next month or so, next quarter or so, they're falling. And so we sort of strip food and energy out so as to get a more reasonable assessment of what is happening with inflation. Um, and then just more information along those lines. But again, really important here is this notion of long run expectations in line with inflation. So when you think of the wage price spiral, if there's an inflationary event of some sort or other, demand or supply shock, and prices go up, people demand more money in terms of their wages, and then their expectations change. And that's what we're in the midst of now. We're in the midst of this expectation. And what the Federal Reserve is trying to manage, and policymakers in general, are these expectations. Because folks now think, and again, really going back to this egg commentary earlier, people are wary of egg prices rising because they've seen them rise before. People are wary of gas prices rising because they've seen them rise before. And so now we're in this flux of managing expectations. And so this was what I was referring to earlier, this report by Andrea Bradley, colleague. I work on her with the public education chapter for the economic report to the governor, and that's released annually in January. And she came up with this very neat report, I would say, that really outlines the federal government and their impact on education. And it has a lot of information. I'm just going to gloss through it real quick, but I have the link there for you to see. This also came out last week, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was April 25th. And again, just very informative, something you might want to look at, the history, some data, graphs, something you might want to share externally, internally, but definitely something I would definitely think about, look at, refer to in terms of this information. Now, recession is a powerful word, if you will. And so Governor Cox came out on April 15th and instructed all state administration heads to plan for a possible recession. And so the recession moniker is in mind from the top down, from a state standpoint. So that's something else that you might want to be considering, thinking about, putting in the back of your mind. And that the word has been thrown around quite a bit. We already have from this advanced estimate at least not, I wouldn't say in theory, but some of the indicators, such as that negative number for GDP in the first quarter, has manifested itself. So that's also something I wanted to put out here. There's the link to that article. Now, this is what I was referring to in terms of forecasting. And sort of we've been met together a few times so we can kind of go through these three scenarios. And what I've done here is in 2023, I outlined three possible scenarios. In 2024, this is what was in red. And in 2025, where we are now. And so I outlined continuing growth or recession, shallow or otherwise, and then meandering growth, if you will. These were the three scenarios. Well, if we look at scenario one, where we had continued growth, inflation has come down, interest rate hikes have slowed down. As a result of that, is there may be, because there was in 2024, there was a thought that maybe the economy was growing too fast still. And as a result, maybe the Fed had to raise rates. Well, that didn't happen. That didn't come out. The economy sort of has still been really tame, and especially now, the first quarter has contracted. Low, now high debt levels propel consumer spending. That's sort of still in the mix, if you will. We get numbers suggesting that folks are still taking on quite a bit of debt or have taken on debt. International events stabilize? Well, no, that is no, not an emphatic no. In fact, that has been coupled with recent events, recent policy suggestions or maneuvers. So whereas we were looking forward perhaps to something of that sort, some stabilization, this has in fact become more uncertain. So this real GDP growth of 2 to 4%. Well, last year, yes, this year, it seemed correct for 2024, but in 2025, maybe not. And again, because of this uncertainty, which is I keep saying this word over and over again, but if you look at markets, this is exactly what's happening. Now, the second scenario that I suggested was a shallow or full recession. Is it possible now, given current events? If you think of the stock market as again for laypersons, that's sort of an indicator, a leading indicator, what's going to happen in the future. And if you think of it that way, then it's fluctuating because of policy. I mean, it's literally something is said or is done, and the stock market moves accordingly. That's if you've been paying attention the last few months, that's exactly what's happening. Inflation has come down, but it's moderated somewhat in line with the theory that we expected. Um, Interest rates maybe are playing a role now because the Federal Reserve raised rates a while back. There's a window, it's a very long window, unfortunately, of 6 to 18 months before changes in interest rates have an effect on things like consumer demand, investment, and savings. Job layoffs across all industries. We've seen what's happening with the federal government, although again, uncertainty there. Maybe it's moderated. And then international events, tariffs have disrupted world economies, and we're seeing that almost every day. There's a headline, and again, iterating what we said here before. So real GDP growth -1 to 1%, while our first quarter number came in at -0.3%. Decelerating growth, maybe our second choice. Maybe we're here, and that's because of the uncertainty. Inflation is moderated. Interest rate hikes have slowed down. Household finances have partially offset broader economic challenges. Remember, I said consumption was 67 to 68% of GDP. So keep this in mind. Folks did spend money in the fourth quarter in line with holidays. So that's something to consider. What they did in the first quarter apparently wasn't as much, but there's typically something else to consider. After a holiday season, the first quarter from a consumption standpoint does tend to be the slowest quarter of the year, especially relative to the fourth quarter, which is the holidays. So real GDP growth of 0 to 2%, well, it's plausible given what is happening. And again, this is all really going back to tariffs and what's going on there. So with that said, if you have any questions, I know it's lunchtime, but feel free to follow up with me or reach out to Sam, and Sam will get in touch with me. I know there's a lot of information here. You have the slides, so please use the links. And if you have any questions about them, feel free to reach out to me. Other than that, Sam, we're good to go. Thank you very much for having me, and I look forward to seeing you again in the fall.
All right. Well, thank you all. We will break for lunch and see you back at 1:05 p.m. And Nestor, there's some homework for you there in the chat. Maybe we can have you respond later. So we'll break for lunch.
All right.
I think we did say we'd be back at 1:05 to give everybody a few more minutes for lunch. So we'll put that up here on the screen. Dale, if you want to go ahead and get your presentation loaded.
Sure, happy to do that. Share.
Kind of weird hearing you in person and over the Zoom. Right next door.
Yeah, it is a little weird, but you know, it's all good. Can you see that?
Yep.
Sam?
Yep.
All right, I'm ready to go whenever you are.
Okay, we'll give folks right till 1:05, so one more minute. Um, Yeah, and as folks join, I did want to just review a couple of things in case anybody's on their phone and can't see the chat. We've been trying to read it out for the most part, but a little bit of our CMP folks, after they put their poll there in the chat, we had things about if LEAs could donations from nonprofits for unpaid lunch balances, which they can. We just need to make sure that if you're covering unpaid lunch balances, that's not with the nonprofit school food service account itself. Don't use that account to absorb the unpaid meal charges, but if you do receive donations from nonprofits or individuals, you can cover those bad debts as a couple other. And the CNP team put a big list of resources there in the chat, so we will send those materials out at the conclusion of the meeting for everyone. I don't think we missed any other big things, so we'll go ahead and get the time turned over here to Dale Frost, our minimum school program administrator, who's hard at work amidst welcoming a new baby. Cutest, well, anyway, I'm biased, I guess, but one of the cutest little babies around. So Charlotte's a cutie. We'll turn that over to Dale and go with the legislative estimates. Again, after he's done with this legislative estimates piece, you charter folks are more than welcome to stay on, but the rest of it pertaining to the final estimates will mostly pertain to the school districts. So happy to, anyway, we'll turn that over to Dale.
Thank you, Sam. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Sam will be monitoring the chat, and please send in your questions and we'll answer them as I go. As Sam said, I'm the minimum school program administrator here at USBE. So during this presentation, we're going to go over the 3 line items, all the changes for 26. So the basic school program, that's the program that has all of the WPUs. All of the categorical programs are in a line item called the related basic school program. And then the state guarantee, property tax guarantee program is called the voting board local levy program. So we're going to go through all of those. We have a short little bit about the capital outlay program, which technically is not part of MSP, but we basically treat it as such. And then we'll look at what the impacts of all these formula changes are to try to get a sense of the outcomes, the budgetary actions this last legislative session. So this table shows you the numbers for 25 and 26 for the minimum school program. We went from 6.9 billion to 7.3 billion, $432 million increase. As you can see, the basic school program actually went down, and that was because of that big change of eliminating the professional staff program. And we'll get into that in a little more detail. And so let's dive right in. Basic school programs. So this big old table shows you all of the programs within the basic school program. The top table, these are the unrestricted programs. The bottom table, these are the restricted programs to specific uses. So we're going to go, well, and so what do we see? So WPUs changed by negative 6.5%. The dollars changed by 2.3%. That's largely the change in the WPU value, which was 4%, as Sam showed earlier. So the WPU value for next year is $4,674. So now going to kindergarten, the WPUs increased by 6.1% between 25 and 26. The main reason for this is because of how the state has approached budgeting for full day K. And rather than building that into the base budget, we're building in the next year's budget. So you see those WPUs showing up in 26. In October 1, 2023 counts, that 77% of kindergartners attended full day K. In 2024, that was up to over 90%. And that 13.6% increase, percentage point increase, is really why we're seeing those WPUs go up by so much. So that's kindergarten. And I'm just going to keep going unless there are questions. So necessarily exist in small schools. That program, the funds increased by 28.7%. They actually didn't increase the WPUs themselves, but in the formulas, we've treated the dollars as all WPU based because they were from ongoing funds. So the new formula is in House Bill 396. We've been working on this for years now to try to find a better formula to replace NES, and it finally made it to the finish line. And I'm not going to go into the details on the formula. I did that at UASBO, but I will show you this chart here. This shows you from the smallest to the largest districts that receive NES funds. The orange bars are fiscal 25 totals. The green bars are fiscal 26. So in the green bar, those are the sum of that district-based factor, which is the factor based on district size, and then the school-based factor, and all of that summed together. Every district that received NES funds received at least the same amount in 26 as they did in 25. And this includes those NES admin dollars that the state board set aside with one-time funding request to the legislature, which the legislature did as a supplemental change this last legislative session. Okay, so pro staff, as you've heard, that funding was moved to the flexible allocation. I'll get into more detail on pro staff when we talk about the flexible allocation in a little bit. So there was this new line added called the mid and final year distribution balancing. They had $45 million one time that they appropriated as a supplemental in 25, and then $50 million one time in 26. What was this for, you might ask? Well, this slide here shows you various programs within the minimum school program and their projected balance as of the legislative estimates. So these were the estimates last spring that were created, and we were just slightly under the overall amount. And then we had a range from a deficit of over 40 million to a deficit of about 8 million within these programs. The voting board local levy programs that you see here at the bottom, we've actually finished that. That program, it actually turned out has a balance of 26 million. So we basically ended where we began with legislative estimates, but we didn't know that until literally a week ago. And so better safe than sorry, the legislature appropriated 45 million to make sure that we can cover all balances and all obligations in the minimum school program. And so going forward, I believe that the legislature, what the legislature had done in the past is kind of direct the board to handle mid-year updates and funding that through balances. As balances within the MSP have gone down, they also thought it was a good practice to make that more transparent for legislators so that they can see that as its own separate line. That'll be interesting to see how that goes going forward. But that's why 45 million was set aside this year. And then to address any growth that wasn't projected in 26, that's that 50 million. Okay, so one of the formulas that the legislature changed was this small program within special ed called Special Ed Impact Aid. There was 9.2 million in the program in 25, and that was cut to just over 6 million in fiscal 26. So in House Bill 2, this is one of the budget bills. This is the final budget bill that relates to public ed appropriations specifically. There was this intent language that was included with this reduction, which said the legislature intends for the State Board of Ed to distribute the reduction of WPUs supporting this Impact Aid program to LEAs that enroll more than 1% of the total statewide special ed population. And then the intent language continues, the legislature further intends that LEAs enrolling fewer than 1% of the total statewide special ed population, or where special ed students represent more than 50% of total LEA enrollment, receive at least the same allocation as provided in fiscal 25 under the program. So to administer that, you can see what we did here. You can see, the larger districts that represent more than 1% of the special ed population. And we use December 1 counts as the basis for that percentage threshold. You can see all of those districts are receiving about half of what they received in years past. And then smaller LEAs, including all the charter schools, are receiving an increase in that program. This is how it shakes out overall. There's the 3.4 million in reductions, and then the 258,500. That was the increase related to the increase to the WPU value, that 4%, essentially. And then there's a small enrollment growth factor, and that's why that brought it down to 3% or so. That was allocated to the smaller LEAs. So that's why there was that formula change, and why you saw a change in your impact aid funding, especially if you're one of the larger districts. Okay, so another area that got a lot of attention was CTE. So here are all the CTE programs and their allocations comparing 25 to 26. You'll see that overall the appropriation didn't change much. It was reduced by less than 0.5%. But two programs were eliminated within CTE. These were the College and Career Awareness programs and CTE student organizations. So to help absorb those reallocations, those cuts, the legislature included in the budget bill, that same bill, they added language to the CTE section of code that said LEAs may use funds received through the general allocation in subsection 4, and that is this allocation, the biggest of the CTE ADM for grades 9 through 12 on these two programs. I don't know why the budget calls it something different than statute, but this Technology Life Careers program is this College and Career Awareness program. And then student leadership organizations in statute is the CTE student organizations. So really the only LEAs that wouldn't have this flexibility are those that participated in either of those two programs, but not the 9 through 12 program. So that is CTE. I'm going to move forward if we don't have questions. And just FYI, I have 2.5 hours allocated for both these presentations. I highly doubt, unless we get into some detailed conversations, that we'll need all that time. I think this presentation will take about an hour, maybe a little less. And then the other presentation might take about half an hour. So hopefully we'll get you out all early today. I know you'll lose a lot of sleep on that. So moving on, so that's the end of the basic school program changes. All of that nets to a decrease of about 2.3%. So now we're jumping into related to basic school programs. So related to basic is broken out into a general category, a focused populations category, an educator supports category, and a statewide initiatives category. So we're going to go into each of these categories individually. So in the general population, or the general section of the related to basic program, there's the transportation program, there the two main charter school programs, local replacement and the school funding-based program, and then the flexible allocation. So I'm going to talk about three of these. Yes, go ahead, Sam.
We have a couple of CTE questions. Jamie, now that we can use CTE ADM to use for college and career awareness and career and technical student organizations, will those expenditures qualify for CTE MOE? I actually know the answer to that one. So, Jamie, we reached out to Wendy Morton, our CTE coordinator. The college and career awareness expenses that apply to 7th and 8th grade will not qualify towards MOE, but the CTSO will. Yay, no, CTSO, yes. And then Todd Hauber says, why did CTE MOE increase for fiscal 26 when the overall program shrank?
That is a great question. Do you know that one, Sam? I don't calculate MOE.
I will have to reach out to Wendy on that one, Todd, and I'll try and get back to you all before we're out today. So,
yeah, good questions. Please keep them coming.
the WU value increased, but the overall appropriation is about $500,000 less. So let me see if he has any additional clarifications for us.
Yeah, that's an interesting, I have no idea on that. So hopefully we can find that before the end of the presentation. If not, we will get back to you, Todd. Thank you for that question. Okay, so diving into charter school local replacement, that is a per student amount that's based on your October 1 counts. So what's in your legislative estimates that that's based on the projected October 1 counts. And the new number for this year is 3,628. Again, this is it's essentially an average property tax collections that for school districts. There are some exemptions and some of those sort of things. There is definitely a lag because it's based on the annual financial report. But it's essentially an average property tax rate, and that's why it went up by 10%. That's the majority of the increase. We saw about $40 million new in the program. The difference between the 9.4% and the 15.1% is just the increase in the charter population. Charter counts went up quite above projections this last October, and we are projecting that to happen again. We'll see what actually happens this October 1st. So I want to go into a little bit on the charter school funding-based program. The funding itself did not change. The appropriation didn't change. The per student amount didn't change. The statutory base amount didn't change. But why did your legislative estimates look different? And that's because the actual base amount, which is the amount supplemented with one-time funds in the program, those did change. So the base amount in 25 was $83,207. For charters that have fewer than 2,000 students, that is increasing to $98,000, an increase of $15,648. And then you'll see that the charter schools that are larger than 2,000 students were not included in the program. Why was this change made? Well, so here's the statute for this program. Paragraphs 1 and 2 really go over the statutory formula paid through ongoing funds, which is a charter school receives the greater of 40,000 or $115 per student up to 2,000 students. So the statutory formula does not provide funding to charter schools that have more than 2,000 students. This is based on a charter school's October 1 counts. However, they did put in this language that notwithstanding this section and subject to legislative appropriations, the state board may distribute to charter schools regardless of size, one-time funding that the legislature appropriates to mitigate funding losses as described in legislative appropriations. So it's because of that paragraph that the board decided this methodology in 25, which was what they chose to do, the board back in May, was to provide to the larger charters a lesser amount than the 115 per student, which turns out to be what they chose was the largest amount that a charter school fewer than 2,000 students received, which happened to be Utah Virtual Academy, received 200,560. So the board allocated that same amount to all the charters larger than 2,000, and then the remaining was allocated to increase the base amount for the smaller charters, and that's how we got to the 83,207. This year, the reason why we made the change was we're trying to honor legislative intent to the extent that it was given to us, and we'll go through the logic of it. I wish that we got more clarity from the legislature, but I'll show you what we did receive as to their legislative intent. So this is a picture of the report that Public Ed Appropriations Subcommittee, or PEA, provides to the Executive Appropriations Committee. So it's basically the public ed experts that are budgeting, providing recommendations to the big budget head honchos that are part of EAC, the Executive Appropriations. In it, PEA recommended $8.3 million one time to this program. In the detail, they included this language that amount should be allocated to increase the base amount per charter. The fund should not be used to raise the current per student amount of 115, as that would disproportionately benefit larger charter schools. So at the end of the day, the Executive Appropriations Committee did allocate one-time funds, but not 8.3 million. They chose to allocate 3.6 million, the same amount as in fiscal 25. They did not provide any additional guiding language. There was no intent language and clearly no change of statute. So when we were calculating this program, went back to what PEA recommended. And so we have allocated all that 3.6 million to the base amount and interpret the language that these funds should not be used to benefit larger charters. Hence, that's why the amount is increased for the smaller charter schools, and the larger charter schools are not in the program. So what does this look like in practical terms? So let's take a very small charter school, City Academy, and let's take the largest charter school, that's American Preparatory Academy. So that 200,000 for American Preparatory Academy equates to just under $40 per student, which is, if you compare that to the total amount in their legislative estimates, is about 1/3% less than they would have received had that same formula been continued to 26. But that enables this 15,648 to go to the city academies of the world, and that provides over $170 per student, which is a 1% increase. So, on either side, we're not talking huge impacts. It's the same dollar amount, but it certainly does benefit the smaller charters. I would argue that it benefits them more than it detracts from the largest charter schools. We'll see what happens with this program going forward. It's still kind of that Band-Aid approach of the same formula and one-time funds. The same issue of a lack of economies of scale was addressed on the district side with that House Bill 396 that really hasn't been addressed here. So that's why those changes in the legislative estimates. So I hope that makes sense, how we got to what we interpret as legislative intent. All right, so flexible allocation. All right.
If we can just clarify too, last year the board made the decision to fund the charter schools over 2,000 in June. That could still happen, but again, we made the legislative estimates based on the best information we have from what's coming out of the legislature, and absent any board action to direct otherwise at this point. So,
correct. Yeah, it's very clear in statute, the board has authority to allocate to charters regardless of size. And if we receive direction otherwise from the board, we would change those amounts and notify you as soon as we can on that. So, all right, so flexible allocation.
Marie asked, what expenses should this funding cover? Charter school-based funding.
So going back to this kind of intent language, again, it's flexible funding, so it can cover whatever legal costs the charter school has. The intent of the program is to kind of provide for those administrative programs that every charter school and every LEA has to cover. So in the language, they said it covers essential functions such as financial and statistical reporting. But it's really, your core operations as a charter school. I don't know, Sam, if you have more to add to that.
Yeah, there aren't many or any specific restrictions on how you utilize that, but just some conceptual ideas on what it's for.
Yeah. Yep. All right. So the flexible allocation, you may have noticed that amount in your legislative estimates increased many, many times from what it was in 25. It went from 1.8 million to 266 million. Why is that? Well, it's because the legislature moved the pro staff funding largely into the flexible allocation account. So I wanted to walk you through how we got from the base appropriations to the final appropriation amount. There was 258 million in the base appropriation to pro staff. When you add the enrollment growth piece for that program and the WPU value increase, the updated appropriation when they were going through budget deliberations was 269,269,300. You might ask, why is there 84 million in the flexible allocation program when only 1.8 million was allocated? The reason was 82.5 million of that was that 2% WPU value increase that would have gone into effect had Constitutional Amendment A been voted on the ballot last November and passed. As we know, that never made it to the end. It wasn't voted on officially, and so those dollars were not allocated. So the legislature reallocated that to other parts of the public ed budget, and then they reallocated the 1.8 million that was already there. So those are two reductions. But then there was one additional reduction of 2.3 million, and I was trying to figure out where that came from. And this is my best guess here. I think it's true that the numbers line up. There was one additional reduction that PEA recommended for CTE. Remember how two programs in CTE were eliminated? The work-based learning program was recommended. But then EAC, the Executive Appropriations Committee, directed that reduction not occur for that amount. But then that was applied to this program. So that CTE program still continues and exists, but I think in order to balance the budget, they took that amount from flexible allocation. So yes, the funding largely was put over there with some small changes or caveats. So what does this all mean? What's the effect of this big change? Because it certainly is a big change in the budget. Here is the picture of the statute for the pro staff formula. You might recognize it looks very much like steps and lanes. Basically, it provides additional weighting to teachers, educators who have more years of experience and or higher educational qualifications. So if you are an educator who has a doctorate and has 11 or more years of experience, essentially you're generating 70% more than a first-year teacher with a bachelor's degree under the formula. So what does this look like? If your LEA had relatively higher levels of teacher experience and educational attainment, then you received more relative, all other things being equal, under the pro staff formula. And the reverse is true if you had, lower levels of teacher experience and educational attainment. The flexible allocation formula is based on your proportional WPUs. And so that's more based, just kind of an average across the board. So the reverse is basically what we see under the flexible allocation. What that means is, let's say you received $1 million under pro staff and you're in this top category, you might be receiving 800,000 under the flexible allocation formula, 850,000. And the reverse could be true if you are on the lower end of the spectrum for teacher experience and educational attainment. The legislature also changed the law that for those automatic increases for inflation and enrollment growth. So now the flexible allocation amount will go up with the WPU value. So unless the legislature cuts that, those dollars can be counted on going forward. I know a lot of folks, I think rightfully so, have expressed from the field some concern because of the experience we've seen that flexible allocation dollars are some of the first to be cut in a down budget year. Let's hope that's not the case, but we'll see what happens going forward. So that's that program. I don't know if there are questions about what happened with pro staff to flex allocation, but hopefully gives you some context for what you see on your legislative estimates with that line. Okay, so now we're going into focus populations. So these are our appropriations for categorical programs for a specific set of students. There were 2 programmatic changes outside of the norm, and so that was the game prevention and intervention program that was appropriated with one-time funds in 25. Those funds were not appropriated in 26. So if you are part of that program, don't expect those dollars for 26. And then the legislature added $5 million for the emergency funding for English learners program, and that's distributed according to House Bill 42. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on that, but it's essentially a school-based allocation. You have to be a school of a certain size with a certain ELL population showing a certain percentage growth in that population to qualify for those funds. All right, so now we'll go to educator supports. By far the biggest piece of this part of the budget is the educator salary adjustments. There was a large increase in this program, $62 million. And I broke out the amount from 25 to 26, the amount per educator FTE, how we landed with the amounts for 26. So 8904 was the stipend amount for 25. Statute now directs the legislature to increase the stipend amount by the prior year WPU value. So that was 5% this year. And so that's where the $445 comes from. And then EAC appropriated another $1,000.80 to get the amount up to $10,350. On the benefit side, there are actually 2 benefits rates because of how the legislature appropriates the funds for the program. And this is where those benefits rates comes from. FICA is the same for both programs. It's really the retirement rate. 15.72 is the legacy amount included as the benefit rate for retirement for the program. and it's been that way for a long, long time, at least 10, 15 years, but probably more than that. When with House Bill 215 that increased the ESA amount back for the 2024 school year was the first year, we had a chance to have a better aligned with actual cost retirement rate. So the 19.83%, where does that come from here? That comes from the contribution rates according to URS, and it's the non-contributory rate for state and school employees. That's where the 19.83% comes from. And that will change each year according to this schedule. So you may have noticed in the news that this program, ESA, was brought up because of a lot of news about the Utah Fits All program. This goes back to this portion of the program, which is actually half of this amount, this House Bill 215. That was the bill that created the Utah Fits All program and also increased the ESA amount. It doubled it that year. A judge found that the Utah Fits All program was unconstitutional, and there was a lot of questions on what would happen with ESA. Why are those two connected? Well, we'll show you in statute in House Bill 2, they increased the amount. This is actually existing statute, but the legislature explicitly tied the amounts, the increase to the Utah Fits All program being funded and in effect. And so what it says in statute is that if Utah Fits All is funded and in effect, then the stipend amount is that $10,350. If it's not, then the stipend amount is $5,175, essentially half. So what does that look like? It goes from this total of $13,063,000. If the Utah Fits All scholarship is not in effect, the actual amount per FTE would be less than half at $5,800. The good news, and I guess it's how you look at it. I'm not trying to make a statement on whether Utah Fits All is good or bad. I'm just saying with respect to ESA, the judge allowed the Utah Fits All program to continue pending a quick state appeal, which the state has indicated it will do. So from everything we've heard, most likely, I want to hedge, this is uncertain, these amounts, the $13,063, will not change for 26. However, if the Utah Supreme Court does rule during the school year and upholds the judge's ruling that finds Utah Fits All to be unconstitutional, then that amount will drop down to that $5,800. What we've heard is, from our assistant attorneys general, is that, looking at the Utah Supreme Court calendar, they are very unlikely to hear this until next summer. So very likely this outstanding issue will be a fiscal 27 issue. And then we'll see what happens with the legislature next session. I know that's a lot of uncertainty. I wish I could tell you more, but that's what we're all dealing with right now for this program. All right, so Sam, any questions? If not, I can go on from ESA.
Don't see any at this point. Thanks, Dale.
Okay. All right, so we already talked about the SHINE program. This was formerly the Teacher Salary Supplement Program for 26. The amount stays the same. The allocation methodology is very different. So that's all that I'm pointing to there. And then the Effective Teachers in High Poverty Schools program, there was $600,000 one time that was allocated, and that's to be distributed according to Senate Bill 99. From what I've heard, it's going to be a similar allocation methodology, but I'm not 100% sure on that. If you have questions about that, we can connect you with the program staff, but I'd also suggest you look at Senate Bill 99. And then the Grants for Professional Learning program, that was one of the programs that was cut as part of the legislature's reallocations. Then they added 7.3 million additional to fund another cohort of the Grow Your Own Teacher and Counselor Pipeline Program. And then they added 45.2 million for the school-based education support professional stipends. That is to be distributed according to House Bill 2, that same budget bill, Section 7. And Sam already talked about this a little bit, but I'll go into a little more detail. How did we allocate this in your legislative estimates? Let me stress here that you should not count that number in your legislative estimates as a final number. It is very much a number in flux. We had to have some number to start off with. And our most up-to-date data is from the superintendent's annual report. It's the classified staff FTE report from fiscal 24. This is based on a Qualtrics survey that was done in November to December 2023. So it's pretty out of date, but it's the best we had. So we know that there are data issues with that data set. We are very likely to need to get better data. And probably in September, we're going to ask you to fill out a survey so that we get good data on these categories. So what are the categories that qualify? Instructional paraprofessionals, library paraprofessionals, student support, and school and other support, including employees like janitors, bus drivers, and food service. It also includes RESA at admin or admin support if they work exclusively in a school setting supporting students. I know that there's some gray area here, but I do think that school setting supporting students is an important indicator as you're trying to figure out who should qualify versus not. They also say that a qualifying employee does not include a licensed school level educator because those folks are covered through the ESA program. Remember that there was amounts allocated to both ESA and this new program, or school district employees who are assigned in the central administration of the school district, including superintendents, deputy and assistant superintendents, area and regional directors, curriculum specialists, and support staff, and individuals who contract with an LEA should not be included in these counts. So again, like I said, and then they very specifically in statute says it's a professional who's employed by the LEA or RESA as of September 1, 2025. So we'll likely send out some sort of survey instrument to collect that data. And as Sam mentioned, we will be asking for your exact benefit counts. So then we don't have to have another one of those programs where we have to go back and invoice you for the difference at the end of the day. So that is that program. Unless there are questions, I'm going to move on to the last section of Related to Basic, and that's these statewide initiatives.
Just a couple happening in the chat. If we go back to the CTE issue, we did confirm that the WPU value and the CTE ADM are those only variables that go into the CTE MOE. So that's why the CTE maintenance of effort did go up is as Jamie stated, it's that WPU value times the CTE ADM. And then Rodrigo had a question about the non-supplant language in House Bill 2 on the educator salary adjustment. Specifically says the state board shall make rules to ensure that the LEAs do not reduce or supplant a compensation increase from an increase in the WPU value with an increase from the salary supplement in this section, which I understand to mean give raises according as you would with the WPU increase and other increases apart and separate from what is happening with the educator salary adjustment. Does that clear that up, Rodrigo? Any further clarifications we can give you there? I know that's kind of hard with, kind of a little bit of half the educator salary adjustment increase kind of contingent upon Utah fits all continued operations. But if you kind of, and you should be doing this anyway, have your salary schedule, list the educator salary adjustments separately. The other piece of your salary schedule should not ever be contingent on the educator salary adjustment. And you would continue to give those increases to that other piece, if that makes sense. Okay.
And Sam, on the actual rule that was passed, that's not changing. That has been around since we implemented House Bill 215, correct? That was when they added that language about not supplanting.
We may take out the rule actually has the years of that HB 215 was in effect. So we may do some small adjustments, but it's very similar language to what's already there. I think they just wanted to, drive that point in when they passed HB2. So
right.
Yeah, I don't think we'll need a huge rule update, but it is on the calendar to take a look at. So
there may be some small updates to that. Okay. And let us know, Rodrigo or others, if you have questions on ESA. Okay. So we went over, okay, so now we're going over the statewide initiatives. Let's see. There were two programs that received not full cuts, but cuts to the program as part of the legislature's reallocations. And that was the Student Health and Counseling Support Program and the Digital Teaching and Learning Program. And then there was $1 million one-time appropriated to the Beverly Taylor Sorensen Elementary Arts Program that was not renewed for 26. Those are the big changes on those fronts. The reason why the Teacher and Student Success Program was up quite a bit was this additional statutory element to the basic levy, which is called the WPU value rate. That was included this last year. That will actually be going away for the following year, but there's an increase to that program. And the School Land Trust, we already, Kira did a good job of talking about that program. That one's up by about $5 million. So overall, that's all of those pieces add up to, almost a 33% increase in the related to basic school programs. Okay, voted and board local levy programs. I went into a lot of detail in UASBO on this. I'm not going to do the same here. The funding for these programs are up about 68 million, but that's all local funding estimates. The actual state funding is the same in 26 as it is in 25. And you might ask, well, if that didn't change, why in the world did the guarantee rate go up so significantly from $64 to $75.58? So $75.58 is the final guarantee rate for 26. That's not going to change after this. We had to wait until the final estimates were done to know the final guarantee rate for 26. The answer to that question on why that went up so much, I'm going to give the abbreviated answer here, is basically twofold. Again, this is the program that provides a guarantee funding at a certain level if a district chooses and voters within the district choose to levy a property tax up to 20 increments. So these green bars, these are the local contributions per WPU per tax increment. So if Tintic levies a tax increment, it earns essentially $7 per WPU, maybe $8. If Park City levies a tax increment, it receives $740 per WPU for that one tax increment. What the state funds do, these are the kind of rust orange color. They backfill the difference up to a certain point, and the 6380 is actually 75.58. basically up to that 75.58, that amount is guaranteed. And if it's not produced locally through the property taxes, then the state will backfill that difference. Okay, so the two reasons why the guarantee rate is up so high, and I apologize, I didn't change this slide from the UASBO slide. It shows the 75.26. It should be 75.58. So about half of that change is because there are fewer WPUs to guarantee because of the pro staff WPUs. So districts went from about 830,000 WPUs to an estimated 770,000 WPUs. And so if you have fewer WPUs, you can provide a higher guarantee rate. And then the other change was in House Bill 2. They made significant changes to the formula itself. And I'm not going to go through a ton of detail on that formula, but that was the other half of the change. So that's all I'm going to go over and vote at a board. I'm happy to go into more detail for a specific district if you have questions on that. All right, so now capital outlay. These are programs that support capital expenditures for school districts. 5.6 million was cut from the program, and the legislature eliminated the enrollment growth program, and that was part of the reallocations. The capital foundation program remains as such, and the funding is the same amount for that. So I talked about a whole bunch of formula changes. The legislature was busy this last year, certainly kept me busy. I'm trying to figure out what the impacts of all these things would be. I'm going to show you some tables that look at both school districts and charter schools and kind of compare 25 to 26 so that we can kind of tease out with all these many changes what the overall impacts were, comparing the LEAs. So here are the top 10 districts by the percentage change in their minimum school program funding. I backed out the local revenues for the voting board program. When you don't do that, because there's a whole host of reasons, the local revenues can skew these things quite a bit, and they are what each district is going to levy. But when you do that, you can see that small rural districts are the ones seeing the largest increases year over year. You have to go to, the 10th district, which is Provo, is the first non-rural district in that top 10. And then you see that overall, this is not just for the top 10, but for all districts. The funding went from 4.9 to 5.1 million and was up about 7%. These are the bottom 10 districts looking at percentage change year over year in the minimum school program funding. And you can see these are larger school districts and or districts with higher property tax wealth. So hopefully give you kind of a picture on the district side of what the impacts are of all these formula changes. Now let's look at the charter school side. Here are the top 15 charter schools in terms of the percentage change in MSP funding. The challenge with charter schools is that charter schools open and charter schools consolidate and those sort of things. So overall, charter school funding, if you're comparing the fiscal 25 mid-year updates, the 26 legislative estimates are up about 11.6% or $90 million. When you're doing these kind of comparisons, though, it's good to take out those outliers that are seeing significant increases because of things outside of the budgetary changes. So 3 of these schools are brand new or reopening. And so, there's clearly 100% increase there. And then there are a number of schools in the top 15 that are either adding a new satellite campus or are taking over another LEA. Basically, the students from another LEA are being included in that new school, which kind of changes these percentage change comparisons. So to get a better idea, I took out these outliers here, and here's the top 10, removing those new and expanding charter schools and those consolidating. And you can see what the average is. And there, it's an interesting, I don't see any real pattern as to like small charters versus large charters in terms of the overall impact. I'm curious if you guys do, but when you're looking at the percentage change for this overall group of charters, once you remove those outliers, it's very close to the district. The district saw 7.1% year-over-year change. These charters, once you remove those new and expanding charter schools, saw a 7.2% change. So here's the bottom 10 charter schools in terms of percentage change. One thing I'd point out is all LEAs, charter or district, saw a positive increase. And, you know, only a few districts and only a few charters saw less than the 4% increase, a 4% increase year over year. So, you know, that helped me to kind of put in perspective. There was a lot of reallocations and these sort of things, but the legislature did increase funding in other areas. And overall, you're seeing that 6 to 7% increase. But again, there are some receiving significantly less and some receiving significantly more. And that is it. Hopefully that gives you some context for your legislative estimates. Here's our contact information. Please reach out to me, Brett or Sam, and we will answer any questions you have. We'd be happy to sit down and talk to you about any lines in your legislative estimates. Why did this occur? Why did this occur? Why is my number this? We've shared those spreadsheets, but quite often it's hard to know what to look at in these monster spreadsheets. But we appreciate all that you do and stand ready to serve you. So that is all that I have for 26. Sam, yes, we will definitely post that presentation. So charter school folks, you're very welcome to come and listen about the fiscal 25 final estimates. But all of the changes in the fiscal 25 final estimates for charter schools, those are already reflected in Utah grants. They're program specific. And so there's not really new news for you. But certainly there is new news for school districts. Sam, do you want to take a minute or a few minutes for a break? Do you want me to jump right in? What would you like to do?
Let's take a quick 5-minute break. And if anyone from charter schools has additional questions, please let us know. Thank you, charter schools, for joining us, as well as districts. And we'll see the districts back here at 2:08. There's a little, oh, you got it, Dale.
Sam, Hayden had a good question. Hayden Stender, which is, are the school-based education support professional programs and the SHINE programs going to be funded as a lump sum amount or a 1/12 increment? So, starting with SHINE, do you know if that decision's been made?
So SHINE could be on a 1/12. The school education support professional program will be more of a lump sum. We may do it in two payments, but definitely you'll have everything by November for that one.
Yeah, for the support professionals, if we get the survey data back in September, depending on when that is, for sure, we can update the October allocations. And I just don't know if there's going to be a lump sum before then amount or not.
Yeah, likely not. It'll likely just be one.
It will simplify things.
Does that help, Hayden? And Dale, you can go ahead and get final estimates shared there.
Okay, you ready to talk property taxes? I'm excited. All right, so Sam, is it okay if I jump in? Has it been 5 minutes?
It has. It's been 6, so.
There you go. Okay. So as I said, I think this will take only half an hour. Might take 45 minutes, but we should be done earlier than the agenda and give you back a little bit of your time. So we're going to go through property tax collections. We're going to compare actuals versus projections. We're going to look at total collections year over year. We're going to look at the basic levy revenues, and we're going to look at vote and board local levy revenues in particular, because those impact state funding formulas. And we'll show those impacts, and then just briefly talk about the other budget changes that are showing up on your final estimates. But basically the message on that is those are changes reflected in Utah grants that are programmatic changes outside of our normal MSP process. And so you should reach out to the staffer that oversees that program. And if you have questions on who that staffer is that oversees the program, if you look in the program summary book that I sent out with the final estimates, at the very last page, there's contact information for every staff member that oversees an MSP program. So you should have the information you need, but you can always reach out to me if you have other questions on that. All right. So, like I love to do, here are some tables with tons of numbers, and it's probably way too much for a single slide. But I wanted to show total property tax collection comparisons for all 41 districts. So this is comparing, so the first column, that's tax year 23. So these are collections that you received as school districts from April 2022 through March 2023. Tax year 24 is April 2024 through March 25. And though that's the current year that we base your state formulas on. So we saw an increase year over year of actual collections of $180 million or 6.2%. This is interesting information, especially when you look at kind of the growth or lack thereof by district was very different. I would point out that San Juan did not decrease by 16%. There was a year over year adjustment between those years. So that comparison number will look weird Okay, so that's not very helpful to say if you just look at your district's number and say, well, okay, we grew by 5%, ergo this happened. You have to kind of break out and compare it to projections, not year-over-year amounts. And that's what this table shows you. So the first column here, these are the projected total collections compared to the actual total collections. And even though the entire system grew by 180 million, that was already based into the projections other than 30 million of that. So that there was 30 million of growth, but there are definitely more districts that saw declines below their projections. And that's important, especially for the voted and board side, where if you're coming in below projections, you should see your local contributions go down and therefore your state funding go up, and vice versa is true. If you're coming in above projections, your local contributions go up and your state funds go down. There's another wrinkle to this, which is the methodology we used to project these total collections are slightly different, looking at your local levies voted and board versus the basic levy. What do I mean by this? So to come up with your projected total collections, we have your projected net assessed valuation, we have your projected 5-year collection rate, and then we have your average category that has fee and lieu, motor vehicles, redemptions, and miscellaneous revenues. All of those other revenues outside of your basic current year collections. All of those feed into the voted and board local levy revenues times your applicable rate. However, on the basic levy side, only the net assessed valuations in your collection rate times the basic levy rate are what's used. So basically, on your local levy rates, we did include an estimate of those other pieces to your property tax collections. For the basic levy rate, we did not. And that's just because of how historically both the tax commission calculates it and how the common data committee calculates it. And so let me just show you an example of how this plays out. So let's take Weber School District. Weber had a projected net assessed valuation of 24.4 million, 94.69% projected collection rate, and per increment, $212,000. So if you look here, I'm showing you now the mid-year update district summary, not the final estimate, because we're talking about the projections. We're not to the actuals yet. There's the 24.4 million. There's the 94.69%. You multiply those by the basic levy rate, and that's where we get 32.6 million as our estimated basic levy revenue estimate for Weber. So 32.6 million was our projected basic levy revenues. Let's look at actuals. So the way the actuals are calculated, so what I'm showing you at the top here, here's their total rates, the 5417 of the 135, 411, 803. Those are the total collections as reported by Weber County for Weber School District. So Weber School District was up 5.3 million year over year. To calculate the actual basic levy revenues, the way it works is you take the proportional share of the basic levy rate. So 1408 is 25.99% of the 5417. So essentially 26% of your total collections is what is attributed to your basic levy, because your basic levy was 26% of your total rates this year. I hope that makes sense. So we went from 32.6 million to 35 million. So that difference there, so Weber came in $2.567 million above projections for the basic levy rate. one of the other documents that I provided to you all was this comparison document that looks at compares the final update numbers to the fiscal 25 mid-year update numbers. This is where you see that 32 million, the 35 million, the 2,567,000. And then you'll see how it impacts actual payments there, because Weber already collected the 2,567,000 from the basic levy that's not factored into the state allocations right now. In May, we're going to be reducing the budget for Weber's grades 1 through 12 program by that exact same amount, 2,567,000. I hope that makes sense. Sam, if there are questions that people have on this, how we do this process, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to move forward.
Yeah, not seeing any yet.
Okay. I hope people are getting this and not just glazing over. But you know, maybe it's only me that loves these property tax collection calculations and stuff. So these tables, these compare those projected levy revenue estimates with the actual basic levy revenue estimates. So for example, there's Weber, there's the 32 million, the 35 million, the 2.567 million above projections. So looking at everything statewide, from the amounts that were in your mid-year updates, we had included 725 million. We ended with 792 million in the final estimates, an increase of 66.9 million. We knew that we were going to capture the vast majority of that. By we, I mean state policymakers, because they had already appropriated 788 million. The reason why we're below that is because of the conservative nature of our projection methodology, is basically the reason. So then you see, because everybody's on the, other than Paiute, everybody's on the green side, comparing basic or projected to actuals. You'll all see in your grades 1 through 12 and or whatever basic school program that is being deducted from currently, you'll see these reduction amounts. So Paiute will actually see an increase in their K through 12 programs. So hopefully that makes sense, what's going to be happening in May and why we're doing it. This is just the formulas playing out how the legislature has set this up. So you'll see that this is a very different story than the voted in board. So going back to that first, let's see, going back here, you remember that comparing projected total collections to actuals, we were up 30 million. Now look at the basic levy. The basic levy is up 66 billion. And so that it's just and it goes back to that methodology difference. So now let's talk about the voted in board local levy revenues. So this does bring in all those miscellaneous and fee in lieu and redemption revenues, our estimates. So we'll show you how this works using Weber again. All right, so showing you the mid-year update district summaries for Weber. So given those same, the same adjusted assessed valuation and collection rate that was used on the basic levy side, we projected for Weber, of the 58.7 million, which is the total guarantee. Remember how I talked about that in the last presentation, that there's a guarantee rate times your increments times your WPUs. For Weber, that's 58.7 million, and their local contributions were estimated to be 42.7 million. And so the state support amount was 16 million. Okay. Now, the total amount changed just slightly. Why would that change? Because WPUs in a few areas changed slightly. There were a few more CTE WPUs added in the final estimates, a few under the extended year for special educators program. So that changed by about 80,000. But if you look over here and compare these two, the local contribution amount actually went down for Weber. So this is different than the basic levy, and that's again that methodology difference. The local contribution amounts went down compared to projections, and so Weber will see their state funding amounts increase by a little, about $730,000 in the May allotment. So there's the amount. So there was an $88,000 difference overall in the guarantee amount. Local contributions came in 648,000 below projections, and so the difference of those two is the 736,000. And so if going back to that same comparison doc, you'll see that here as it's shown. There's the 88,000, there's the 648,000, and the 736,000. I wanted to walk through in detail using Weber as an example so you can understand how to read that comparison document. I hope that's helpful as you're parsing out what happened with the final estimates. So let's look at this statewide here. And this time I wanted to break it out into two different tables. You'll see that on the left-hand side, so these are your estimated local contributions and your actual local contributions. So let's take Alpine as an example. We estimated that their local contributions would be 94.2 million. They came in based on actual collections at 95.7 million. So $1.5 million increase there. And as I've said before, you'll see a corresponding decrease, but it's not a one-to-one like the basic levy revenues. And so the actual state aid that changed for Alpine, they're down 1.3 million. So they'll see a reduction in their budget allocations by that amount. So you'll see that some went up, some went down, and the percentage differences are very different on the state side compared to the local side. And that's because some receive a lot of state aid, some receive very little state aid relative to their property taxes. So here's the other school districts. So overall, we estimated local contributions at 961 million. They came in at 966 million. So a $5 million difference. And so we estimated $264 million final state cost to reach the guarantee rate for this year, which is 6405. Turns out we only needed 263 million. That goes back to that, I was talking about the $45 million that they set aside because of uncertainty of where the voted and board funding would land. There was a chance that it would cost as much or more than what was appropriated. Turns out we were pretty close on the projection side. And so that came in $26 million below the appropriation. But we didn't know that during the legislative session. One thing you'll notice here is even though there are changes in the final update, I think they're less dramatic than you saw in fiscal 24 and 23. And that's because I changed the methodology we used to just use the Common Data Committee projections all the way until the final estimates. What we did this last year was we used that for the legislative estimates, and then in the major updates, updated to the tax commission numbers, which are set on more up-to-date data. And so I think the swings are a little less dramatic than we've seen in past years. There's still swings. There are also going to be swings because it's really hard to know at the end of the day what actual property tax collections are going to be. But I think they are less this year. I would love to hear from you all if you felt that way or not. I'm curious on that. Okay, so that's it for property taxes and their impacts on the basic program, this basic school program, and voted and board program. So unless I hear otherwise, I'm just going to move forward. So I'm showing you that comparison document again. So this is comparing your numbers between the final update and your mid-year update. So this is Alpine. So Alpine saw an increase in the special education educators, extended year for special educators, and a small increase on CTE. Those have both been reflected in Utah grants. If you have questions about those programs, I don't administer those programs, and I don't have a lot of the detail as to why. I know that CTE, they do reallocate certain WPUs at the end of the year. That's probably why most LEAs saw an increase, some saw a decrease, but you would need to talk to CTE on that. And then ICE, the special education extended year for special educators program, that is always a hard one to know when the costs are going to come through, because they have this whole schedule of when educators are taking their hours and getting and those LEAs getting reimbursed for those amounts. So we just try to reflect that as they flow through Utah grants. Now, on the related to basic side, you'll see what looks like a lot of activity, a lot of increases for Alpine here. This is somewhat misleading. These are not increases for the most part. For most of these programs, they just were not reflected in the mid-year updates because we didn't have data on them. Let's take youth and care, for example. There was no allocation, no awarded amount for fiscal 25 for Alpine last November when we came out with the mid-year updates. That has since been uploaded in Utah grants, and now Alpine knows for this year, they received an allocation of $3.1 million for the youth and care program. That doesn't mean that they didn't expect an allocation and nothing changed in that respect, and this is not new information. This is kind of what I was telling charter school folks, that even though there are changes in their final updates, it's, for the charter schools, there's no property tax considerations. So there's really no new information. All of this is reflected in Utah grants. To get to these amounts, if you receive more than one allocation from a program, I sum those allocations, but you should be able to tie all of these changes and amounts to what you have in Utah grants. And this is as of, I think it was April, it was late April. So it is possible that there are some small changes since then, but unlikely. And so same thing here. So there were some mid-year updates for pupil transportation. Those are reflected in Utah grants. And then programs like the enhancement for accelerated students, concurrent enrollment, those had no data before, and now they do. Teacher salary supplement is the same. There were some minor updates to programs like grants for professional learning and student health and counseling support. BTS is all brand new data from Utah grants. So, there are some other programs that Alpine isn't participating in that saw changes for other districts and other LEAs. But hopefully this just shows you, again, I want to reiterate that if you're seeing changes on your final estimates for programs, for these two programs in the basic school program and any program in related basic, it's just because I'm reflecting the changes in Utah grants. And so how do I show that? I just download the awarded amounts in Utah grants for every program and then upload them into the final estimates. So this is an example of how I did that for pupil transportation. So, if you have questions about pupil transportation, for example, I would connect you with Ron Litchfield, our transportation specialist, because he knows all the reasons why there were changes in your budget for those sort of things. And again, if you have questions about any of these program amounts in related to basic or these two in basic school program, I don't administer these programs directly. Look at the back of the program summary book and you can see the contact information for the USBE staffer in charge of that. Okay, I think that's it. Oh, this is just a picture So you have it right here of the Related to Basic program, part of that table, and who the staffer is and their email and telephone number. So that's it. Again, hopefully that was helpful as to provide some context of where you landed with the final estimates. And that's all that I have for today. I appreciate everybody for staying on. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Dale. Thank you to all of our presenters today. And thank you to the board members and other USB staff who attended, and especially thank you to all of you from districts and charter schools for what you do for your LEAs. Just a reminder that the final chart of accounts will be coming out soon. Get your budgets updated to your actual expenditures and make sure all your ducks are in a row for the state compliance audit guide. Again, reach out to us with any questions at all, and we will see you all very soon. Thank you.